Mm-hmm. All right. Give me one quick sec. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and we'll get this started. Woo woo.
Always excuses made, or it always goes back to that systemic issues from black men, and that there's a lot of frustration in the black women community about how black men act with their families, how black men treat other black women, and that there's always excuses put up when black women ask black men to step up, but black women they can't do that because they are stepping up. They have to. They can't abandon their children. So I think that's what Anna was like. That was like the broad macro point of what Anna was saying. I think that's what Sophie here was agreeing with. And for the emails that I've gotten from black women, I think that's roughly what they're agreeing with. I don't think it was like a hardcore delineation of like 32% of issues are caused by lack of agency and 68% of issues are caused by systemic injustice. I think that was the issue. Yeah.
So I disagree with you on one point, Destiny, because so there's a lot of people that are like, yo, I think Destiny did this.
Where should I start in this?
And I at first, remember when we last talked, I had only watched the first video, and I felt that way a little bit.
Good.
Not a lot, but a little bit.
I
was kind of upset.
I hate black people. So
no. Listen.
Yeah, okay.
After this, but I listened to the second day, and I completely flipped. Because I feel what you said in the second day was you like, hey, I was letting her get her stuff out and trying to see how she authentically feels so people can figure out. And it was kind of like you took like the Joe Rogan approach where you're like, hey, I'm just going to discover how this person feels. I'm not really pushing back. And then on the second day, I feel like you provide a lot of adequate pushback to a lot of like nonsense points you said. So that made me okay with it. But what I want to remind you of, the reason why I brought that up is you asked her the question of, are you a race realist? Like, do you think black men are here innately due to their biology? Because you felt exactly what I'm saying right now.
Yeah.
From the statements that she had made, you felt she was saying that the agency was outweighed the systemic, right? That's how you felt during that moment, and that's how she made me feel.
But she did say several times that's not what she's meaning, right? She did say that.
Can I use an example of how I feel like, you know the dichotomy between the...
Who the hell is this? Fentanyl. Oh, I thought it said fentanyl. It's Fenty Freeces? I thought it said fentanyl.
Communities within Black America. So like when I went to go visit Maryland, I was really shocked that you guys are really segregated.
Oh yeah.
So like I was amongst the Nigerian community, and like when I was with them, I realized like, hold on a minute, everybody here is Nigerian or African, and like y'all don't really like fuck with each other. And they're like, no, like they're like it's very different. And I just feel like it's a mindset where like people are I feel like Africans in general, it's particularly because of the
Jesus Christ,
is that like people
Jesus what the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Destiny was saying yesterday is that like
yeah,
people just genuinely are focused. They have their family
Jeez.
and they have that support group that give them the agency that the Black American community need to find to, you know, do really well. Like it's crazy that Black immigrants are doing better than Black Americans. It's almost like, that's why I feel like the right wings use that as an excuse to say, like, look, it's not systemic, because how are Black immigrants doing well? Wow.
Wait, hold on, wait. Can I ask? Wait. Hold on. I gotta ask a question on that. I'm just curious. Sophie, why do you think Black immigrants, African immigrants, outperform African Americans?
Because if you're an immigrant, you've already had the agency in your own third world country, developing country, to do exceedingly well. Enough to get to America. Yeah. So by the time you get there, you have your whole family there. You got your business. It's all set up for you to do amazing. Whereas if you're a Black American, you have been built into a systemic thing. You know, it's not going. It's just working against you. Yeah. But the thing is that at the end of the day, regardless of the systemic issues that happen, it is intrinsically a psychology problem. And like, I feel like when we get over that hurdle, we can bring ourselves to have agency to, you know, sustain entrepreneurship and make the family strong. That's the problem. Like, if you have the Black men separating and, you know, divorcing and not being present with the kids, this is the main issue. This is why Black women are so adamant on fixing that. Is I feel like if we can have a strong family and a strong community, then you can build something. Like, you can't build anything alone, especially if you're a single mother. You know?
Yeah, so most Black people agree with you, right? So like the only thing I'll correct is Black men aren't divorcing Black women typically, but
correct.
Most reasonable.
Wait. Hold on, that was a little sneaky. Say what you just said again.
Black women divorce Black men at a higher rate, do they not? But is he trying to say that because often they won't get married in the first place? Is that why it's sneaky?
Black men aren't the ones who are primarily divorcing in Black relationships.
That's true, but hold on. We're not talking about Black divorces, right?
Oh yeah, so he is talking about that, I guess. Yeah, she did say the word divorce.
Okay, what do you mean?
But I think what he's gonna say is what we're typically talking about is in cited prior arrangements when there isn't even a or my Discord, not yours, when there is a kid and stuff like that. That's probably what he's gonna say.
Oh, I just mean separation.
Yeah. When she says separation, she's talking about Black daddies leaving Black children, is what she's talking about, not marriage, I think. That's my guess there. That's what being talking about here.
That's it.
Okay, got you. I don't know if there's any data on why those relationships break up on average. I assume it's probably true that it's more Black men using bad agency to leave those situations. I can give you that all day. But yeah, I thought you were, since you said the word,
I would literally just have to see the data. I've seen some wild fucking shit in my life. I don't know. I'd have to see some data. I've seen some women try and keep around kids they should not keep around, and fucking cut off people. I literally do not even know how that shit works.
Divorce, I thought you specifically.
Have you played New World? Nope, because I was advised against it. But I would agree with GSU. If we had to assume something, like if we were making an assumption without data, I'm gonna assume that Black men are trying to do the like red pill thing, where it's like it's not even like red pill. I think it's a genuine conversation. If women get the ability to abort, then like men should have the ability to financially abort, essentially, from an equality standpoint. Is supposed to be the idea. And so there's Black men that are like, oh, I don't want this kid. And the Black woman goes, well, I'm not getting an abortion. And then the Black dude goes, well, I'm not going to stick around then. I'm willing to bet that happens more often than you know what I'm talking about. Then I guess the woman just, in many cases, like the opposite of this would be the woman going like, hey, you're too broke, or you're a thug, or this is an abusive relationship, or something like that, and then get the fuck out. Or they're on some petty shit where they just don't want to believe that their baby daddy can be like good to their kid, the father of their child.
Talking about marriages, because you were talking about like family too. But I agree with you.
What do you think of Fanatic calling Destiny out for having these conversations? What do you mean? What did he say?
There's nothing more important than family, right? So any of these systemic things that are attacking family, that's why I spend like large amounts of time fighting against them, while also fighting for agency. So I agree
Using
that
the child as a bargaining chip. Yeah, I think women do that a lot. So I'd have to see, before I say concretely, and yeah, it's definitely black men. I would have to see that, because I've personally firsthand seen a lot of cases that go both ways, where women clearly use their kids as bargaining chips. They don't want to be around the man anymore. So like, fuck it, you're just going to pay for the kid and I'm going to leave you, even though the man does not want that and they want to be in their kid's life. I think we have a perception, especially of black men, uniquely, that they very much do not want to be a part of their kid's life, when in reality it's not as like cut and dry as that. There's a lot of black men that want to be a part of their kid's life, and I think we often just go, well, they're black men, so they clearly don't want to be a part of their kid's life. And I don't know about that.
both of those things are super important. I think we're never going to disagree on family, for sure, without a question.
So can you see where I was saying that, like, I can see that there was value in what Anna was saying, even though it may not necessarily.
In case it's not obvious, Destiny has a huge anti-black sentiments, forcing his community to push back against a bigot he's choosing to platform is the grossest form of black exploitation. Oh, is that what people are telling me? We're telling me black exploitation I've seen in the streaming world, and there's no excuse for it. This is the same motherfucker who told Fnatic you should be grateful when Fnatic pushed back against him misrepresenting black issues 2 months ago. Every time he played the I'm white card while trying to steelman her argument, he was just reinforcing the harm he was doing. And then Fnatic, I don't know why I'm not showing it. Fnatic liked this comment and pinned it, apparently. Liked it and pinned it. There's more to it, so maybe there's added context that makes it a little bit. I don't know what he's. I don't agree with the statement just there. Fnatic has a panel about Destiny, his platforming, and black exploitation. Is that a word now? What is black exploitation? I'm assuming exploiting black people for in their issues for views or content, similar to the people who. Oh, is this just a whole panel? Fuck, bro.
Be too honest, like the just promoting agency, like using Destiny's platform as like a promotion of black agency, even though it may like undermine systemic issues. Can you agree on that?
So I agree with you that agency should be talked about in the black community. Where I don't agree is that it's okay to do that in bad faith, because that downplays the systemic issues that are happening. And when it comes to like,
we're always talking about systemic issues. The thing is that we're talking about systemic too much. This is the point.
I agree with the caller.
Wait.
Honest, we have to change the narrative.
All right, Gambit, go ahead.
Yeah, do you remember the question you asked me? You said
I agree with Anna and the caller's criticism here a little bit. I think this is something that happens too much. What is this? What did you link me? 1 hour and 12 minutes of vid. I know that I have the whole VOD. I don't want to look through the whole VOD.
You said, hey.
Who's the caller? I have no idea. But I agree with them that we're talking about it too much. I don't like the way they're saying it. Gives me a bad vibe. But outside of like any vibe checks I'm doing, I agree with them that it feels like there is no argument we can have in public about personal accountability. The problem is that's been shown to be the case. Women are extremely resistant to taking accountability when it comes to people having a public conversation. Men are extremely resistant to having a public accountability. This is just something that is very difficult to do on a personal level. So when I say, hey, women, You are personally accountable for shitty environments that you make for men not being able to performing toxic masculinity when you choose to not fuck with the dude that's crying or being emotional that you say that you actually give a fuck about. Women are male feminists quite often when they say shit like, I love a guy who cries. No, you don't. You do not. Listen, I've been around the block enough times. You like a guy who cries that you've known over a long period of time or that you think is hot. Those are the two like boxes they can be put in. That's it, right? You don't like a guy who's vulnerable with you early on or anything like that. That is not something you like at all. But when every single woman you ask directly about this will be like, oh yeah, no, I still like vulnerable guys. No, you don't. Like, personal accountability there. Personal accountability for dudes. Bunch of dudes will be like, yeah, I like big women. I like thick women. Bunch of dudes will say that, not every dude. I like thick women or whatever. It's like, no, you don't. You like a specific type of thing. And when you drill them on that, they get super defensive. Dudes taking personal accountability for, I could go on, but like incels making the exact environment that they are complaining about and not taking accountability for that. Women or men bashing women, making the exact environment they complain about. But as soon as you address it to them, it's impossible.
I agreed with the agency talk that she said, and she kind of did it in bad faith. And then you kind of asked me, was I okay with that? And what I'm saying is, I'm okay with the agency talk happening. I think it should happen. It should be a bigger conversation. So I'm not minimizing how impactful I think the agency conversation is. All I'm saying is that we can't do that and try to supplant that there are systemic problems. Like, that's not some. So that's where I disagree. So I think.
So
I think the issue is that like those conversations are valuable, and I think those conversations can happen. But when you bring together a collection of like black women that have personal experiences with black fathers knocking them up and then leaving the households, that these are personal interactions where people could have made.
I don't trust people that say that shit. I don't trust. Let me tell you something that's the God's honest. It's not because they're a woman before somebody's. I never trust a nigga that says that shit. Never. And I know for a fact you wouldn't if they were a man. 100%. If a dude walked up to you, said, yo, I got this bitch pregnant, and she kicked me out for no reason. Nigga, what you do? What'd 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 you do? No, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do anything, bro. She just kicked. What'd you do? What'd you do? What'd you do? What did you do? You would not let a nigga get away with that. You would not. But like the idea that was just, well, I did it. Nah. I had a conversation with my girlfriend about how I do think that there is a difference in how certain people, I'm not sure if it's a man or woman thing, but there is a big difference in how certain people approach situations like that. And I usually approach situations like that. Whenever I hear something like that, like this dude just did something terrible to me. He got me pregnant and he just left. What'd you do? How'd that go down? Because I'm willing to bet it was a little bit more complex than that. And then you get them talking, and then they explain, well, yeah, he said that, like, if, he wasn't ready to become a dad, he didn't want to do. So he didn't just knock you up and then leave. There was a whole conversation prior that this wasn't going to happen, and you willingly engaged in the activity. So it just, like, that's usually how this shit goes. It's a little bit more complex than that, than just some fucking evil actor being evil for no good reason. I don't know. It's fucking annoying.
Made decisions that otherwise would have changed the course of all of their lives. And then in those situations where it's all been personal, for somebody to say, well, systemically, I'm sure the black mom's like, okay, well, systemically, like, can be whatever, but like, I had an engagement with one black man that left my black family. I think that's probably the feeling for why it's so frustrating.
Shut the fuck up, innit? It's crazy. Like, just you could hear the resentment in her voice. Like, you could hear her tearing up as the black man was asking her, "Are you married?"
No,
Like at this point, like it's
I've
not
talked to
about.
several people about this, and I agree that I even tweeted about this. Like I can hear the pain in her voice, and I think I said something like, "Yo, I wish I could just give her a hug." Like I hear the pain in her voice for sure, because I think the situation, and she tried to like preempt the conversation and say, "Hey, don't talk about my situation. I don't give a fuck." But I think the situation that she's in is making it more dire, and I think that's why she has so much emotion in this topic.
Well, but it's not
And I
just the
think that's
situation
fair.
she's in, right? It's the entire black community.
Yeah, for sure,
Mm.
for sure. We can abstract it and say most of the black community, yeah, for sure. Because the 70% of kids being born out of wedlock is not a good thing, right? Like nobody should be championing that this is a good thing that's
True.
happening. So I agree with y'all that we should have more families. It's just the way that she did it is what I disagree with. But I agree with the
Yeah.
message.
Okay.
You know what message I agree with? I agree with the message that you should like the fucking video. If you want to see me stream on YouTube more, if you want to see more consistent content, if you want me to stream for longer hours, if you want an ad-free viewing experience, like the damn video. Okay, like the damn video. I have so much more control over the amount of ads that are put out towards you. I think it's only pre-roll ads. I don't have to do mid-roll ads on YouTube. Right? I have so much more control over the growth of my channel because when you guys engage with the content, it helps me grow. When you type in chat, when you like the video, when you comment, when you sub, do whatever with the stream, it boosts the algo dramatically because YouTube is trying to push live streaming really, really hard because they want to compete with Twitch. And honestly, it's not hard to compete with Twitch. The only thing that you really have to do is just get some of the viewers away. Like the problem, honestly, is that there's a lot of people who don't realize the pros of YouTube streaming, live streaming, because YouTube, outside of just specifically the chat experience, it's just so much better. It's just so much better, in my opinion. Not only the content delivery, you can stream at higher bit rates more reliably. You could stream. You could stream with less ads, so I have more control over whether or not I want to just say, fuck it, I'm not going to run ads on my shit, just going to incentivize donos, stuff like that. Not unskippable ads like Twitch does, unskippable, annoying ads. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. I could go on, but Jesus.
Okay, cool. But can we talk about some of this red pill shit? Because I have a lip dick friend.
Thank you for the 50 people, by the way. 50 of you went out of your way to like the stream. Thank you to the 50 of you who chose to support the stream.
That I need to school him on some bullshit because he keeps saying that I'm wrong, and I just, as a woman, I just hate it so much. So okay, so you know the whole thing of, oh, men don't want to date anybody who's like 25 or up, and like as a 22-year-old, that'd be making me feel anxious as hell. And I'm like, okay, why? And he says, okay, on a purely sexual abstract world, who are you gonna choose, an 18-year-old or a 25-year-old? And I'm like, bro, what kind of, why are we talking in this weird abstract? Like, this doesn't exist. Like, sure, okay, but like, is sex really that valuable to you? Like,
it's a lot of guys, yeah, unfortunately. I would argue a lot of guys are like Sneeko. This is why I said Sneeko was a bot. He was the biggest bot. He was constantly going at other people for being NPCs when he was the biggest one there was. I think a lot of people go down that route. When Andrew Tate said it, and it was really right. New pussy gets old. New pussy gets old. You can't just constantly fuck new people and expect to keep the excitement of it, right? There seems to be a pretty consistent thing with people who have access to a lot of women still wanting to settle down and stop fucking tons of women. It's a thing. It's also just fucking, it's a tiring thing to think about. Like, I've thought about it. It's tiring. Like, even if I personally had access, I need to go on dates, I need to, make myself look presentable. I need to possibly pay for dates. It's exhausting. And I need to fucking get STI checks. Fucking hope I don't get anybody pregnant. Like, that's exhausting. That's exhausting. All of that, when instead, if you had a long-term committed partner, you can have sex pretty reliably within a decent level of certainty that sex is going to be safe, STI-wise, and probably more safe when it comes to pregnancy, being more planned when it comes to pregnancy.
above and everything else that encompasses an intimate relationship. He's like, oh, it's just
the obsession with 18-year-olds is real cringe. I'm gonna go farther, dude. I think the obsession with 18-year-olds is just, it feels pedophilic, bro. And not like pedophilic that like, oh, if you're attracted to a 17-year-old, you should go to jail. No, it's like you're riding the line. You know, it's the barely legal shit. That's like, nigga, if it was 16 for the age of consent, some of these niggas would be on that like barely legal shit still. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes me feel, it makes me think that, you know, that it's like, bro, I think you're gonna ride whatever line there is to ride. It makes me feel that way. I don't know. I get in my head about that.
Fact, like I wouldn't date anybody older than me because you know you like your pussy is weakening out. It's like bro, like how can you reduce a human being to a fucking age number like that? Like, do you agree that that's just?
I mean, wait. The same thing applies to men when it comes to the amount of money we make, right? Or our physical strength.
Ridiculous that men talk like that.
Right. Primarily based on height, we make connections of physical strength and capabilities.
I feel like men are just like intoxicated by porn and they just don't understand women at all these days.
So,
what? First off, wait, what? This shit has been happening before porn even existed. Even before drawings of porn existed, this concept of men fucking like some of the youngest people that can be fucked. By society standards.
Hold on.
That is absolutely existed a very long time. Hold on.
Hold on.
And then you was like, it's women like you who are coming in here defending black men. Like, what you mean by women like me? You're gonna try to call me a goddamn mammy.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that is true. Okay, hold on. That is true. Anna, you did kind of call her mammy. That is true.
I called her mammy after she assumed that some fucking nigga broke my fucking heart and I'm a single fucking mom. Bitch, kill yourself. You
Where's the fucking lie? See, I got you now because you're real mad. Whenever you try to tell me to kill myself, I got you. Your feelings hurt. She got my heart. She got me.
Yo, Steven, I'm bringing low to God.
Yo, dude.
No.
I don't know if that's a.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
I'm kidding.
But that's what happened. That's definitely what happened, by the way, 100%.
I want to sit up here and say it's women like me who want to sit here and talk this shit about fucking goddamn not holding goddamn men accountable. I show this like it's women like you who fucking goddamn assault you. But you want to sit up here and hold black men.
Okay, hold on. Everybody is gonna take a break. Okay, we're just gonna chill.
Okay, I need y'all to let a king speak for a little bit. I know you guys have been going at it, and that's dope.
Wow, silencing women.
I know, but the king, that's what his job is.
No, let's just chill, okay? Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna...
I don't think you can come back.
What? No, hold on. We can do this. Okay, hold on. I got 30 minutes.
DC Comics Suicide Squad. This is what she looks like? Okay. I hate this picture of Low Tier God. Why is he standing like this? He's standing like a NPC outside of your house in GTA. Why is he standing like that? Oh shit, it started playing. Has it been playing the whole fucking time?
Furthermore, if this person is already incredibly inflammatory and I'm successfully dismantling...
Yeah. And then I gotta talk to a boring old Australian professor. Okay, so we need to ease into that conference. We need to slow down here. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna unmute both of you, and I'm gonna ask Tree a couple questions. Then I'm gonna ask Anna a couple questions, and then we'll see what we can do from there. Okay, I'm unmuting both of you because I don't want to keep one of you muted like you're on timeout because you guys are both adults, and I know that both of you are capable of being chill, calm, respectful people. Okay.
Play the video. I have to go. I can't engage. Can you just play the video?
All right. We're gonna go back to this.
I think there's a lot.
Wait, is there more people that come in? I can't see the panel of people. Like I can't see who is in. So I don't know who's talking and when.
And who have been given platforms these days, and they haven't had a lot of sex. And I think a lot of them make like asinine statements like that. So I agree with you for sure. Most of those men would settle for probably not like the more popular ones like Fresh and Fit or Kevin Samuels, but like the regular guys that are saying these messages, they would settle with anybody that was reasonable. And now I do think there's evidence to show that people might prefer that, but I don't think that means that they wouldn't get informed bonds and relationships with people that don't meet those groups. So if somebody had the options, they might choose that, but in a real world scenario, they may not have all of those options. So they may just choose someone that's more close to their age range or more close to some personal experience they've had, blah, blah, blah. But we don't like live in a vacuum,
isn't it? That's what it is. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. You're correct. Can I get a word from Steven? Because this is because the thing is when I argued with him, he was
just misspelled modded in the title.
But it doesn't count because the witnesses were not good. So if I can get your witness, then I can tell him to shut the hell up for life, you know?
And this just has to do with, do men prefer younger partners, or what specifically are you asking?
Look, top left. Yeah, but it only shows up when they talk.
The weird abstract these red pill users does not make any sense, and it's completely harmful to women to hear. Like,
yeah, I agree. Most of the red pill shit is, it's like sex advice that's coming from celebrities, and it really only works like for celebrities. Most of what they say is,
celebrities are not happy. Like, why are they surrounded by all these women? They want validation. They want something to show for all their wealth because they haven't valued family, so they're lonely and they're trying to fill the void with Instagram.
I feel like that's most people.
Models. Like, this is not real life. So as like a 20,
wait, that is real life. 100. Wait, you don't think? I think if 100% of men were given the same opportunities of Fresh and Fit, at least 85% of them would do exactly what Fresh and Fit is doing, exactly what Sneeko is doing, is they would try and go down this route of like trying to impress and get hot women around them and shit. I think like 85% of men would do exactly what they're doing.
Really affecting my older siblings as well.
Caller.
You know, she's just come out of a really long-term relationship with their boyfriend, and they're trying to date and stuff. And this stuff is really affecting the young men in my city. I'm in London, and like everybody's talking about Andrew Tate where we are. I don't know about y'all in America, but Andrew Tate is like, it's all they talk about because we have a lot of Muslims in my university. Like, it's always a debate on this red pill bullshit, and it's like, oh, the women are scared. They're just like, what do you mean we're like washed out by 25? Like, for me, I'm still a virgin at 22 because I'm waiting till marriage. It's just like, dude, I'm running out of time. You know?
Yeah, but you also gotta recognize that like some of the niggas around you are hoes. Like, that's just the way that it is, and respectfully, they're hoes. It's just what it is, you know. Women are fucking, you know. So are men, but I mean, there's a larger group of men who are not fucking. But yeah, women are fucking. So when dudes say that, I agree it's way too broad because there is a fair, 18% of women who aren't fucking. So that's a fair amount. That's a calculable amount. In a group of 100, it's nearly 20 women. Nearly 20%. Of them, a 1 in 5 chance of getting somebody that doesn't fuck is a pretty decent shot. And we're not even talking about like hoe status versus not fuck. We're just assuming fucking is like hoe status. Like, I imagine if you have like, I don't know, the amount of women that have had 8 sexual partners by 23, maybe 15% of women, maybe. I could imagine, maybe 15. I don't know though. I have no idea. I don't think there is recent data for the age group. Voice sounds better. Keep it up. Hey, thank you, Kato.
What I mean, like, yeah. It's not this abstract.
If I had to guess, I think the issue is that socially we've gotten a lot of information about what it means to be a strong woman and what femininity means and what women are supposed to be going after. That culturally, that message is being spoken about a lot en masse right now. But there's not really much being spoken about on like the male side. And when that gap exists, there's going to be people like Andrew Tate that are going to step in to fill that gap. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing happen. So
So should we be then talking about what we expect from? But we always talking about what we expect from men. That's like literally all we talk about, like as women. Like we don't shut up. So it's just I feel it's not really a gap. It's just that the men aren't listening. Maybe.
So I agree that there is a talk about what men shouldn't do, not what men should do. Like if I'm a dude and I want to navigate a relationship, I know what I shouldn't do, which is I shouldn't talk back or raise my voice. I shouldn't feel bad about her making more money than me. I should accept that I'm going to have to do equal or more chores in the household. I need to accept that I can't date other women or sleep with other women. That's I guess a tough pill for red pillars to swallow. Right? I know things that I can't do. I don't know of ways to attract women. I don't know things to do to get women to like me. I know of what to do if I have a woman, not to try to. And even still, I feel like that's not great. I feel like a lot of the advice is phony. Like when women say, oh yeah, you should be emotional with this. I only think women are cool with that if the one, they're a really cool woman, or if two, they're which is the exception, or if two, you've known them for a really long time, or if you're really hot. If you're really hot, then you don't need any advice from anyone. But if you've known them for a while, they like you, you've been in a relationship for a while, you could probably be vulnerable.
A little bit. I mean, there's probably a little bit of that going on. A second thing that you got to consider too that's going to be really rough, and this is going to trigger a lot of guys, but like for a long time, women were locked out of the workforce. And so if you were a man, like the way to get a woman is to be a man. You just have to have a job. You're typically good to go. As long as you have a job, like women aren't going to go through all of life like living with their parents. They kind of have to pair off with a guy who's going to be working, providing for the family. I think that women entering the workforce has been like that's a challenge because now men have to actually do things to have marketable value in relationships that prior to this, they didn't have to do. What?
I hate this argument because women have been in the workforce for a long time. We've been in the workforce since the 1950s.
Sure. Wait, hold on. That's not that long. Firstly, that's not.
Firstly, secondly, the amount of time that women have been able to be in the workforce and get a good livable wage hasn't been that long.
Okay, that's
for our culture. Okay.
No, that's like a couple generations. But number two, women have been in the workplace since the 50s, kind of. Right? In like factories and stuff, but especially over the last 20 years, now women are like really entering the workforce. Now they're lawyers.
Since we've been alive, women have been working, or mothers have been working. So like this dichotomy should not exist in our
mothers have
society
been working when they've been empowered by fathers to work in the home. The mother empowered.
No,
stop.
Maybe.
Hold on. Let me finish. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Fathers empower mothers to work in the home by providing them a home to work in, because traditionally, fathers work in the workplace. Mothers empower fathers to work in the workplace because they're managing and taking care of children at the home. Traditionally, that's how the balance went, right? Now, this is a little bit different, at least in the African-American communities in the United States, because women were working, obviously, like on plantations and shit, and so like the balance might be a bit different. But even so, like historically, men have typically worked in the world and women have typically worked in the homes, and they've both empowered each other to do that. And recently, that balance has kind of been thrown out of whack. Not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that's like the reality, right? Like if I'm a man in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, really, if I work a job and I'm not like fucking hideous, I'm probably gonna find a woman that wants to marry me eventually, because what else are they gonna do? Like a woman's not gonna work in a factory her whole life or do like shitty woman work. They're gonna want to like settle down and have a child. But today, a woman can get a really well-paying career. She can travel the world. She's got a whole bunch more opportunity available to her. So men have to actually do things to be like attractive in relationships, which I think historically are things that men haven't like been a part of. They haven't been doing that.
Is this like a psychology thing? Because I just don't see how, like, if we're not presented with it as a child, like my mother was the breadwinner of my household because that's just the way it is, especially because, you know, I got a black father that's not, you know, present, you know what I mean? So it just doesn't make sense of like, if we're not presented with this world that like is this like a psychology thing of humans or what?
Well, hold on. What do you mean? You're saying that.
I don't even know what her
like,
point is.
Traditionally, what do you think most people grow up in? Probably households with men earning the money, right?
Joe, no way. You gotta have 2 earners at least if you want to have
Traditionally, now 2-earner households and everything are a lot more common for sure. But
Who's
traditionally,
being presented with that? No, nobody.
I still think probably in the United States at least, I think the majority of households probably still.
I don't know why Destiny's going down this argumentation. All he would have to do is make the argument that the economic necessity for 2-parent households has outpaced the social development for women to look at men and as well as men to be able to develop needed social skills to be able to operate appropriately in the dating market. Essentially, just economic demands are quick, ruthless, and decisive, whereas social development is not. It's slow, grueling, and timely, and is succumb to revision, constant revision. So, yeah, that's the whole point, right? Is that men are trying to get their footing with, socially navigating a climate in which we don't really know what we need to bring to the table because money is no longer enough. Just having a job is no longer enough. And now the bar for how much we need to earn is increasing because women's social demands are not changing, as well as, we're not used to just a job not being enough. So we need to figure, okay, so I need a job and I need to, know how to snowboard or be charismatic or be funny or right. And these are not things that we had to do in the past. I feel like that's an easy point.
We'll have the man as the primary breadwinner.
Oh, y'all on some other shit.
It's very true.
I'm ignorant. I don't know what's wrong.
Well, I can check. So if I search for primary breadwinner U.S. households.
Y'all can buy houses on one household?
Ooh. In substantial numbers of family with children, mothers whether single or partnered are now the primary breadwinner. Ooh. More than 40% of American mothers solely or primarily support. Well, hold on. Are they? So it says whether. Let's take a look. Yeah, let's dive in there. Ooh.
So this says more than 40% of American mothers solely or primarily support their minor children. Oh, this is a different thing.
Wait, what is it?
This primarily support their minor children.
Through their own earnings in any given year. How is this a different thing? Is it not the same thing?
This says 41% of mothers, so I still think even today, even as the rules are changing, still generally the people have been growing up with fathers being the primary breadwinners in the households. Yes.
It's so bullshit. Okay, fine.
Well, that's like breadwinners in the growing up. 40% of American mothers.
Wait, when it says more than 40%, is this in relation to 60%? I'd have to read this.
They solely or primarily support their minor children.
Destiny got caught. Hold up. I want to read this. Primary breadwinner. What is it? Household? Let me read this for a second. About 70% of U.S. moms can be expected to be the primary financial providers before their first child turns 18. In substantial numbers of U.S. families with children, mothers, whether single or partnered, are now the primary breadwinner. More than 40% of American mothers solely or primarily support their minor children through their own earnings any given year. Wait, but then wouldn't then it be 60% of the time it's men? For the most of the 20th, then why does it say about 70% of U.S. moms? What the fuck are these numbers? These numbers are weird. I'd have to look into this. These are weird numbers.
This says 41% of mothers, so I still think even today, even as rules are changing, still generally the people have been growing up with.
Wait, yeah, what? What? This is so weird. It's like 41% of mothers are paying for the debt. We conservatively define breadwinning as at least 60% of her household earnings. What?
With fathers being the primary breadwinners in the households, yes.
It's so bullshit. Okay, fine.
Well, that's like the facts. That's the truth. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Okay, maybe I'm just poor and everybody's mom is working hard, so I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe that's what the data says. Fine. If the data says that, then that's okay. But I just don't think that the whole women haven't been working. Like everybody has a job. Everybody should be working. Like.
Yeah, but that's I think like that's a relatively newish phenomenon, right? Like this is like in the past like 50, 40, 30 years maybe where it's expected.
Why are all the links showing mothers, LMAO, and Destiny telling the opposite? Game of Thrones. Well, no, it's talking about mother because that's what people are looking up and are searching and want to find. But if you read the actual articles, like that's what I was doing. I read the one that the top one there, and it was saying 70% of mothers can expect, or women can expect to be the primary breadwinner for their household. So it like feels like that's conclusive, right? But then it says, like Destiny kept seeing, 40% of mothers are the primary earners for their kid. So then what, 60% of the earners are men, primarily fathers for their kid? Like, as opposed to what? Right? It's just a jumbled mess.
Households are dual income, right?
But the men right now who are 19.
Right, James Dean, as opposed to what? When you say 60% of the expense, like how often are men paying for those?
20, 21, 22, or...
So wouldn't the 60% be fathers and the primary both partner equal? Well, no, it could be that 40% of the time, it's the mother being the primary breadwinner, and then another 40% of the time, it's pretty equal, and then 20% of the time, it's just men. It could be, but we don't. Those numbers weren't provided, but that's the numbers that we would need, but they weren't provided.
Have not been presented with that. That's what I'm saying. With that world.
But not typically
only in old media, like Disney movies and stuff. Just you know.
Sure, but I mean, like, it's also not just the I'm sorry, hold on. It's not just the breadwinning too. I'm not saying that it's just enough to have like a dual income household. But what I'm saying is there are probably behaviors that go from generation to generation on like the types of behaviors that are taught to children, like having the vestiges of these like old institutions there. So, like for instance, I don't know how much. If I had to guess, I'm guessing extremely not, right? Because of how traditional relationships used to be prior, there's a lot of things that mothers do to teach their daughters to get them ready kind of to like be part of a household. But I don't know if fathers teach sons or mothers teach sons things that they have to do to get houses together. Because traditionally, that's just not a thing that's taught. And that's probably like...
Fuck no.
A behavior.
And by the way, this is something that's God's honest. You will never catch a mother telling a son on how to get bitches. That's never going to happen. Right, that shit does not happen. Right, your dad might, but Jesus Christ, any advice that your mom gives you on how to get bitches will not work. Jesus, Lord Almighty, it's just gonna be like you're gonna end up like Tupac. That's what you're gonna end up like Tupac, like fucking going through. I was just nice, and every woman kept saying I was just so nice, and whatever. And I think to be fair to those moms. That's what they're looking for in that moment, not when they were younger growing up. Because, let's be honest, if they were looking for that shit later in life, that shit would not have happened, okay? It's just, I don't know.
It's carried on from like generation to generation to generation, we might guess, right? Like, I don't know how often fathers are having conversations with their sons or mothers are having conversations with their sons about what you need to do to be like a good man for a woman.
I think fathers for the sons happen. I think that happens way more frequently, and I think it probably does happen. I have no evidence for this though. This is purely anecdotal. Yeah, but I would think it would be the case.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't have a dad, so.
Okay, well.
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
You know what?
And that's probably because historically, like, men haven't needed those conversations. So their dads, even if you grow up in a dual income household now, that dad probably didn't have that conversation with his father because you don't need to, because his father didn't have it with his father. And it's going to be like, I'm sure that like,
I know all of the friends that I have with dads, they've had that conversation, but that's anecdotal again.
I'm sure that,
They would just go to their dad with girl troubles and he'd be like, I tell you what to do, son.
Jesus.
You fuck that bitch.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold on one second. But Brandon, why is it that every conversation I have, you like so desperately have to Google for some stat that's like not at all related to, it's like you always feel like you need to have like Googled like a stat for 90% of breadwinning mothers are unmarried. What does that have to do with any of the conversation we're having at all right now? You're like the Dune bug of political stats. I'm sorry. Jesus. Okay. Sorry, go ahead. What were we saying?
Yeah, all I was gonna say is agree with you. So like the studies on fatherlessness, that's like the biggest issue that I talk about probably the most. And all of it shows that like kids, especially men and girls though, but definitely boys that don't have fathers in the home, they have like less self-control, they have less ability to sacrifice for the future, they're like more likely to do almost anything that's negative. So like, yeah, when you don't have a father in the home.
So I know what I don't know about. So all of the information I've seen that shows those negative effects on people who grow up in fatherless households are for single parent households. I haven't seen anything that tries to control for single father versus single mother households. I haven't seen any of that.
There's a lot of like habits that are taught through convention and not even always through like.
How is that stat not relevant? True. I can't tell if you're being serious. It's not relevant because 90% of breadwinning moms are unmarried. That has no relevancy to whether or not moms are the breadwinners in most families. It just means that of the moms who are breadwinners, most of them are unmarried.
Direct talk, like play and stuff like that, the Jordan Peterson stuff. So like all of that stuff is just like happens if you have a father in the home. And you don't get that when there's not a father in the home, because typically the mother's doing like her different relationship, which isn't the same as how fathers interact with kids. And I mean, once you're raising kids, like you can see that, like I can see the interactions with my kids are just completely different. And we're kind of teaching them different skills and different ways to process information. So yeah, not having fathers definitely leads to that stuff you're talking about.
Yeah.
Basically, the issue is that when it comes to relationships today, men are fucking losers. Historically, they've been able to get away with it because they were the ones that were the only ones who were allowed to work, and now they have to actually put an effort to relationships, and it's a really, really difficult thing because most men have never had to do that, historically speaking. They just had to show up to work, earn a job, go home, treat their partners like shit, and be schizoids, and it's usually been okay because they're the only ones that can earn money in society. But now that that dynamic has changed, now men all of a sudden have to play a whole lot of fucking catch-up.
I don't agree with this characterization. Reason why I think men and women have had different roles. I think men had to learn all of the social habits. I think this is something that would behoove Destiny to recognize. Women have gotten off super easy historically, and even to this very moment, at this very time, on November 9th, 2022, at this very moment, as a woman, you have unbelievably low demand for social skills in comparison to men when it comes to dating. A woman can literally sit there, shut the fuck up, not say a word, and get dates consistently and do well on dates consistently. The overwhelming amount of the social labor that needs to be done during dates is by men. You need to ask them out, you need to court them, you need to make sure that they feel like you're not a creep. You need to all women have to do is sit there. That's all they need to do. Very consistently. So I would say that is one aspect that social development for women have not caught up in this very day and age. Thank you for the $5 though, Aquamarine. Yo, this convo triggered me so much. Anna hates the pick better convo, but then is mad at black dudes that date out. What's contradictory about that? Isn't that what he's saying though? The rules have changed. Well, he's saying the rules have changed, but what he's saying is that men have had it so easy. Well, in certain regards, I agree, but men have had it so easy compared to women when it comes to dating, and I don't agree. Women have been focusing primarily on housework and homework, and men have been focusing primarily on careers and jobs. It's just two different types of labor. Like, I feel like what he's doing right now is saying that women do the real jobs and men don't do the real jobs. That's what it feels like. Right now, I would say men are very lazy in regards to the relationships. I would agree. So men compared to women, in regards to bringing shit to the table, I don't have to groom myself. I don't have to cut my hair. I don't have to take care of my skin. I don't have to watch how I dress. I don't have to go to the gym. All women now, this isn't to say that like women need to do a billion things or whatever, but women to be at a baseline need to do hair, makeup, fashion, not be severely overweight, and they need to know how to do home chores. They need to have a job. They need to do all those things. So they need to do the same things as a man, but also present themselves in a better way, except for the social demand. Like I said, they have no social demand at all, which you can say is like a really big deal, and I'm open to that debate. But I think that the fact that women haven't caught up, or more specifically, men haven't caught up to women in how much chores they're doing in the house, but they have caught up to men in their demand for a job and career. I feel like that's pretty unfair towards women, right? You shouldn't be making 50% of the money in a household, but doing 60 or 65 or 70% of the chores in the household. I don't know what the exact percent is, but I know women currently do more chores than men do. So you have to be more presentable as a woman, take better care of your body and the way that you look, and you have to do chores, more chores than your man in the home, and you have to earn the same amount of money as him. And all in exchange, pretty much, for one of the only big advantages you get as a woman, which is a pretty big advantage, which is not really needing to develop any social skills. You don't really need to. Dudes will walk up to you, they'll hit on you, they'll talk to you as long as you take care of your appearance, and you can go through you can have a billion different ways of communicating, because you will never be labeled as a creep as a woman unless you are fucking weird, really weird. You're not going to be labeled as a creep. You're not going to be labeled as a threat. You don't have to deal with all of that. So don't even worry about the social shit. Just deal with the other shit and you'll be fine. Which is a pretty big deal in our modern society, because social anxiety is on the rise. People have a crippling fear of rejection, and they have a big desire for validation. And as a dude, when no woman approaches you, you don't get to feel that validation, and you don't get to feel the and you have to deal with the crippling rejection. So you take that L, but in exchange, when you're in a relationship, your girlfriend does a disproportionate amount of the chores and has to do the same amount of work as you in an actual career. Which over the long run, I'd rather be a dude in that arrangement. I can deal with rejection. I can learn to deal with rejection. That can happen. What I care more about is being labeled a creep for doing incredibly normal, benign actions.
On figuring out how they're supposed to function in relationships. So I think that's the big issue that you run into today, basically.
Sure, but we have more demand for social behavior in the workplace. That's definitely true. That's absolutely true. I was talking about exclusively with dating, not just being a woman. If we want to talk about being a woman versus being a man, that's an entirely different context. That's an entirely different conversation, because that has to do with location. That has to do with economics. Because if I'm a broke dude in the hood as a black man, I'm cooked. Right? I have to do so much shit to just avoid getting fucking stabbed, right? Because homicide is 5 times higher for men. I have a 5 times higher, women are afraid of getting kidnapped or assaulted on the street, when I have a 5 times higher chance of being fucking killed and shanked on the street than women do. So if we want to talk about those differences, that's different. But obviously women have astronomically higher rates of sexual harassment, sexual assault, obviously not being taken seriously in the workplace, which I take very highly personally, because I think when you fuck with somebody's career, when you fuck with their ability to economically mobilize themselves, that really annoys me as a concept, because you need to do that as a fucking human, as a person. You need to be able to get a job and start earning fucking money. So maybe what you meant was in the context of women needing 50% to make 50% of a household earnings, that is harder for women than it is men, which I think that's true. The only reason why I'm hesitant is because men are struggling more in school than women are. Women get more favorable treatment inside of school than men do, because women are better socialized for the environment of schooling than men are. And it's just been shown. I really should have these on hand, but it's shown by, I think, a national survey, a reputable one for America. I actually think it was a global one, but also one for America, that men are disproportionately punished in school, meaning if I do the same thing a woman does, I'm going to get a harsher punishment for it than a woman will, which just makes sense with how the world works. So, yeah.
It's funny you would bring up Jordan Peterson, because I have a dilemma with you, Steven, because I was going to go to your Austin freaking debate me bullshit. And you always talk bullshit about Jordan Peterson, but everything you say is like in line with what he says.
Because he agrees with him.
No, hold on. Historically, Jordan Peterson's takes on psychology, I would say, are generally good. But modern day Jordan Peterson fucking Xanaxed his brain to hell and back, and now all of his political takes and most of the shit he talks about is cringe fucking loser shit. He's unhinged, okay?
Dude, I resonated so hard with when he cried on that show, and you were just like, "Oh, look at this man crying."
Well, when they asked him they asked some question, how do you feel about incels watching you? Give me a fucking break.
I completely disagree with Destiny. Maybe I'm an incel. Maybe this is my moment to wake up that I'm an incel. I couldn't disagree more with Destiny. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just a difference of lived experience. That shit mattered. That shit meant a lot to me, and it meant a lot to me when people made fun of him for crying.
That wasn't the question they asked him.
Oh my
they
fucking
asked him,
god!
how does he feel being represented as like Hitler or something? Like that's
the king of incels, or the leader of the incels, or whatever was the question.
They asked him when No. He was the representation for boys. You're right. That's what they asked.
Boo-hoo.
How do you feel about being?
Boo fucking who?
But no.
Cry me
So
a
hold on,
fucking river. Get some emotional regulation, okay?
So you said this a lot. You said that the old Jordan Peterson is base, the new Jordan Peterson is terrible. So the one thing I agree with you on is that medicine tape that he said, medicine has done more harm than good. For sure, that was.
Wait, what? Did he actually say that?
Out of line. And I think that was like super emotional, like Annalisa type stuff. But outside of that, there's nothing in his message that's actually changed.
No way.
So what market changes have you seen in his ideology, you would say? Or what new things maybe he didn't espouse earlier?
It was insane to cry about that particular topic when he was attacking women all the time. Okay, I think that people don't remember what this conversation is. Or maybe I don't. Let's see.
I've got to wrap it up. I don't want to, but I have to. I want to ask you just quickly, the film director Olivia Wilde has a new movie out, which she says is based on you, this insane man, this pseudo-intellectual hero to the incel community. Incel being these weirdo loner men who are despicable in many ways. Is that you? Are you the intellectual hero to these people?
I don't agree that incels are despicable men. Maybe I am just an incel. Maybe I'm invoking too much of my history of feeling that way. I think just saying that if you're involuntarily celibate, you're just like a loser in the way that they do. It's like what I said before. It's kind of like the N-word. When certain people say it, it's like, okay. When other people say it, it's like, I don't like the way you said it, right? I can call myself a loser. I can call my fellow incels a loser. But when other people call them losers, it feels like they're invoking something else. It feels like they're invoking like a hatred and derogatory nature to it. Whereas I'm invoking something that a lot of incels know about themselves and that they kind of know that they could try to improve certain things, but they're like me and they just don't feel like it's worth it. But they also really wanted to change it. I didn't really want to change it, but and they have that kind of conflict, but yeah.
Sure, why not? You know, people have been after me for a long time because I've been speaking to disaffected young men. You know, what a terrible thing to do that is. I thought the marginalized were supposed to have a voice.
It's making you emotional. Talk about that.
Well, God, you know, it's very difficult to understand how demoralized people are.
Jordan is not speaking for you, I promise, though. Every single thing that he said is applicable to me.
And certainly many young men are in that category. And you get these casual insults, these incels. What does it mean? It's like, well, these men, they don't know how to make themselves attractive to women who are very picky, and good for them. Women, like, be picky. That's your gift, man. Demand high standards from your men. Fair enough. But all these men who are alienated, it's like they're lonesome and they don't know what to do, and everyone piles abuse on them.
When she said that, Olivia Wilde, it stung you, didn't it? I saw
that shit, every bit of that was applicable to me in my early life. I'm sure that's very applicable to a lot of incels. I personally would have an emotional reaction to such a thing said. I fucking did have a bit of an emotional reaction. I don't know, maybe I'm just an incel. Maybe I'm appealing to my previous lived experience, but I'm okay with that. That's fine by me. But I had an emotional reaction I think the first time I watched this.
Oh, by that time, you know.
I thought you have a GF. I have one now. But what he's saying is true. For a long time, I didn't really know how to attract women. I didn't know what that looked like. I didn't know if that's really something that I wanted. I kind of wanted it, but it's also like I was going through that phase that I knew was cringe, where I saw like a pretty girl and I thought I loved her because she was just hot. And it was like I didn't know what was going on. And I didn't know for a much longer time than other people around me. And shit like that. Now, I internalized that blame, and I said, okay, well, there's just got to be problems with me. There's not problems with women. I did exactly what he was saying. Women have high standards, and good for them. That's what I did. I was like, okay. I looked at myself. I was like, I'm not a very presentable man. I may be like 6 feet tall, have decent jawline, decent whatever, but like at the end of the day, I have acne scars. I smell weird. I don't put it like whatever. Like they have high standards relative to what I was. So like fuck it, whatever. I guess, and I just moved on. I internalized it, but some people don't internalize it. I think to just say every single incel, every single volcel, every single person who's celibate is fucking. Compare them to the worst people who externalize it is fucking retarded. That's very stupid to do. To go, oh, well, you're the same as Elliot Rodger. No, I'm not. No, I wasn't, I should say. I'm not an incel anymore, I don't think. I'm pretty confident I can get a date. Pretty confident I know how to talk to women in a decent way. But yeah, it just feels cringe. It feels like comparing every single black person to, I don't know, the worst black person you can think of.
As far as critiques go, that was kind of low level. I mean, once I got painted as Red Skull, you know, magical super Nazi, that was kind of the end of the insults. There's no place past that. So when Olivia Wilde made those comments, the first thing I did was go look at the preview for a movie, which I quite liked. I thought I would go see that.
Is Jordan Peterson being hypocritical when he's saying masculinity is descending in the West with the tear in his eye, or is he threading the needle and redefining the cultural narrative around masculinity? I think that men can be allowed, even historically, to cry for specific reasons. But those reasons are similar to women's confidence in that you have to hit an active reload. You have to thread the needle so fucking hard and so finely as a man to be able to cry in certain circumstances. Like, I think your wife getting killed in a war or something is where a lot of people would allow men to cry, or their child being killed is where people would not look down on men crying. But in a general sense, and even a historical sense, as long as it's accompanied by action. If it's not accompanied by action, then of course not. No man can cry about a problem that he isn't willing to fix. That's not a luxury that you have. But when you if you're talking about in this sense, I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of people that didn't consider it masculine. I don't consider it hypocritical. But yeah.
That movie probably, and perhaps I will. It didn't really bother me. My family and I talked about it right away, and we were able to respond to it with some.
What does active reload mean? It's like the shit from Gears of War, where you have a bar, and then you need to hit like a small window, and then if you hit it right, you get the active reload. You did well, and if you hit it wrong, it makes your reload take longer. It's an example that is supposed to be able to be drawn for people that play video games. I guess older video games, not very many newer ones have it. Video games to illustrate that it's very difficult to be able to hit these. It's like a skill check. It's very difficult to be able to hit these skill checks. Yeah, a quick time event.
Which then people completely misunderstood. I said I hope that, that if I had to be played by someone, I think Chris Wilde, is that he's a very good-looking man, and so that seems all right, And then I said something like, I hope he gets my.
It's depressing and kind of scary to hear some of the incel, and red pill views as a woman. Yeah, I feel like that's probably obviously going to be pretty scary, for that. But it's the reason why I've talked about like the red pill and shit pretty consistently is I'm trying to illustrate where it gets things right, where it gets things wrong, and I'm also trying to illustrate where it comes from, because I feel like where it came from, or at least a lot of the favor towards it came from, was how scary like the perception of modern feminism is for a lot of men, and that it's the idea that one, not a lot of men like the idea of having to do more work to get in a relationship, which modern feminism is demanding of men. And I would say rightfully so in some ways, in other ways not so much. But it is demanding men be more emotionally considerate, emotionally available, emotionally vulnerable, all these things, right? Of men. And obviously men are going to be very hesitant to needing to do more things, just like women are hesitant of needing to do more things right now, like being accepting of men who are emotionally vulnerable, being accepting of men who make less money than them, being accepting of men that do not meet their physical criteria, being accepting of like needing to also take up the role of approaching people and taking rejection, being accepting of a lot of those different things. Glitching 1 2 3. I feel like a big problem is men and women both have serious problems that need to be addressed. But when we address women's problems, they are taken seriously. When we talk about men's problems, like incels, it's okay to hate them and laugh at them. Well, that's exactly my point of watching this video. Is I think what Jordan Peterson said was inarguable and understandable from any human that wants to empathize with another human about these topics. Just 100%. There's nothing that he said that was disagreeable. And I feel like it's completely inappropriate to make fun of him for crying here. I would have fucking cried here. If you want to make fun of him, make fun of me. Like, and I could tell you every reason why I would. I could tell you every reason why I would. You know, I don't want to be put up with like Elliot Rodger and shit like that. There were so many incel individuals I'm not an incel anymore, but like growing up I was, that just don't understand social cues. They don't know how to pick these things out. There was 2 women that were into me when I was growing up, and I thought I was an incel, and I thought no women were into me. And these were women I definitely would have dated, but I couldn't understand the social cues. I was confused. I wasn't angry. I wasn't mad. I wasn't frustrated at women for not liking me because I wasn't 6'2" or whatever. I was 6 foot tall, right? I'm fitting pretty squarely into what a lot of women like, right? I wasn't a bad looking guy. I had less acne scars when I was growing up than I do now. Right. And I'm doing better now than I used to. Right. So it wasn't just that I had the tools to be able to, I just didn't have the social capabilities. I think that's where a lot of incels fall down, is their social capabilities, being able to identify these things. But like, that's what happened, is I didn't have the chops. I didn't have what it took. And fuck me, I guess, because I'm just, I guess, the same as a school shooter. Men experience trauma internally and socially standards externally. For women, it's vice versa. No one to blame because it's started long ago. Now men must change the system. Women change the narrative. Evil falso, bro. I don't know what you're on. Thank you again for the 50, Glitchin. I appreciate that. Do you get the suffering those women felt for missing out on you then? Now, no, you clown, grow up. I don't know what the grow up comment was in reference to. Maybe you're talking to Aquamarine. For missing, no, I don't. Because I don't, their subtle hints weren't like ego breaking. They were subtly hinting that they liked me. And so I don't consider them, I don't think when you subtly nudge somebody that you're like gonna get fucking your earth shattered when the person just doesn't get it. Because it's not like I was going like, oh, you're into me and whatever. I just didn't get it. I was just like, oh, okay, you did weird shit and then walked away. It's not like any of these women straight up went to me and were like, hey, I would like you to go out with me. None of them did. It was that they were doing it in a more womanly way. They were like teasing, and I was looking back and I was like, oh shit, these women were definitely into me, because they 100% were. But yeah, I was just like oblivious.
Fashion style choice, right, when he plays me, and it was a joke. All that was a joke.
The reason why people are laughing at JBP is because he didn't have the correct tears. He should cry over women's issues. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think there are some people that can cry at men's issues and get have the optics not be as bad. I think it was specifically over incels was the issue. I think if Jordan Peterson cried about men going to war and dying like in Ukraine, or Russians having to fight for a cause that they don't actually believe in, because they're getting conscripted, I think there would be more people that would be open to it. But I think because it's incels. I think incels are the easiest thing to hate on the face of the planet right now, like next to pedophiles. Because like there is no incel that anybody can point to where it's just the dude sitting inside of his basement that doesn't know how to interact with women and is like hopelessly confused.
I mean, you've been so controlled today, and yet in that brief moment, you got very emotional.
And I use this as evidence, by the way. The fact that, you know, so many people can make fun of this dude for crying is the evidence, part of the evidence that I use that nobody gives a fuck about incels in any way, shape, or form.
Why?
It's really something to see.
There's no relatable incel that people
constantly.
There's not
How
people
many
point
people
to. No.
Are dying for lack of an encouraging word. And how easy it is to provide that if you're careful. You know, give credit where credit is due. And to say, you're a net force for good if you want to be.
That's true,
Do you
Loki.
believe you're a net force for good?
Net, yes. In all the details, probably not. You know, no one's perfect. So people make their mistakes as they stumble uphill.
Jordan, it's been a fascinating interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've got this new box set out.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that.
Jordan B. Peterson, 24 Rules for Life and Beyond Order. Fascinating books. They've sold how?
But I don't think that people you are talking about, including you, when you were younger, would be considered incels today. I definitely would have. What are you talking about? I couldn't get women's attention, or I couldn't perceive it. I couldn't get a girlfriend. I really wanted one. I was an incel. How is that not an incel? And I get lumped in with, like, school shooters. We have the exact same experience that, like, me and, like, some of these people. The only difference is they externalize and they hate women for it. I didn't. What I did was I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm actually a crusty looking nigga. I don't know why women would date me. It's like, that shit sucks. I really wish that I wasn't. Go next. That's what I did. It's like, fuck it. If I have to do all of this work to impress women, I don't want to have to do it. I'm just going to impress my boys. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hang out with my boys. I don't want to impress women if it's going to take all this work to impress women. That's what it was. I think that's a perfectly legitimate thing to think. Oh, I have to do all of this to be up to women's standards? And again, I was misunderstanding where women's standards were. There was 2 women that were into me, that I was into, right? If I have to be up to here with women's standards and I'm down here and it's going to take all this work to get, I don't want to do that work. I want to enjoy hanging out with my friends. I want to enjoy spending time with my friends doing the things that I love doing. I don't want to have to worry about doing shit just that way I can get women. I didn't want to have to do that, so I didn't. I did not do it. Now, unfortunately for me, the similar things that you need to do to get women also get you respect with the greater whole of society, i.e. presenting yourself well, grooming yourself well, you know, making sure that you're fashionable, you physically fit, things like that. Also do really well to help you along your career and things like that. And so that was a kind of shortcoming for some of the things I didn't realize. So yeah, that's exactly what it was. The only difference between me and many of those other people is I internalized. I didn't externalize. They externalize. And so I'm very similar to those people. I think the big error that we make is thinking that these people are just like monsters that are outside of it. No, they're not. There's just somebody that thought about it a little bit differently than certain other people. Instead of like, I don't know, I never self-harmed, but instead of the millions of incels that like self-harm or dive into video games in order to no longer feel fucking rejection and shit, they externalize. They fucking explode.
Does now would you say exists? Because I don't think that's I don't think that's a thing.
I think it's every time he opens his mouth on things related to politics, it's usually stupid. So he did a whole thing on climate change on Joe Rogan recently that was cringe as fuck. When he talks about like the trans issues, he's like super unhinged. The 2 like kind of quote unquote specials or whatever that he did on the Daily Wire, where he did that like woke moralist or this is blah like is fucking cringe.
The icy slush is funny.
Like just his ability to engage with political people that disagree with him is just compromised on another fucking level.
He flew and talked to a Muslim and like.
I just want to know why you can't get anyone with an incel narrative tell the same story from the female side, because it doesn't exist on the female side. The femcel story, this is part of the reason why I was really curious about this person's video talking about the femcells and the pink pill community, because I've been very interested in femcells and the pink pill because I want to know where their community still fucking exists. I don't see them. But I believe that femcells don't exist in the strictest sense. Not really. I think it's like less than maybe I'll grant maybe 3% of the population of women maybe that can't have sex, because nobody will have sex with them. I don't believe it exists. For men, it absolutely exists, that there are many men that no woman will want to have sex with, just because like women have a greater safeguard when it comes to having sex, not only understandably, but also societally, socially. But the one thing I do agree with the pink pill and femcels is that it applies to dating. There's millions and millions of women who are struggling dating because they do not fit traditional stereotypes, either of beauty or of femininity, and so they're fucked. So on the pink pill, I agree with women have the problem where they're undateable, men have the problem where they're unfuckable and undateable. So yeah. Essentially, men are invisible. There's many men, not men in general. Men are invisible, whereas men or women are often only visible as a sex object. And there's I believe there is a significant difference.
He engages with people that don't agree with him. No, so like the trans.
Would a young person with pearly things ideology be a femcel? No, because they could recognize that they could get sex at any time. They would just be traditional.
There's lots.
Hard disagree. What do you disagree with?
That don't agree with trans ideology. That's not.
I feel like that's. If you disagree with the statement I just made, that's pretty tough on you to be able to prove, because I literally find any woman that can't have sex, tell them to post in a Discord. There'll be 5 dudes that fly out to you in the next 24 hours. Literally. I'm not joking. Any woman that can't have sex, post a photo of you on Discord, and there'll be 5 dudes that buy a plane ticket within the next week. That is just true. That's true.
Not really unhinged. It's almost commonplace. We want to see a more like, left liberal world.
But is that safe sex? No. Is those people going to date you, want a relationship with you? No. So that's the difference, right? The same cannot be said for men, right? Men post a photo of them online all the time. They don't get sexual opportunities, right? This is a difference. This is insane. How? Did you watch the video, this thing? No, I wanted to watch it on others. Actually, thanks for reminding me. I want to put on a watch later.
Girl in the future, blah, 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 but that's not unhinged, right? Like that's like, and he probably would have said all of these things about like the psychological difference between male and female.
You're thinking as a man and imagining only that is what a woman's incel ship is focused around? No, I'm not, Loki. I'm literally saying what incel ship is. Involuntarily celibate, meaning sex. Involuntary celibacy. Women can get sex, men cannot. This is a general thing. Okay? Like 3, maybe 4% of the population of women cannot have sex at the drop of a hat. But most of them can wait a week and get it. But I agree with the idea that women have difficulty accessing relationships. So that while they have an easy time accessing sex, they'll have a hard time accessing relationships with men. Because there will be plenty of men that will fuck you and have no intention of starting a relationship with you. But the same is not true for women. Most of the time, if a woman fucks you, she's willing to be in a relationship with you. And so what ends up happening is, obviously, if that is true, there's a lot of people that get within the men's overlap of fuckable but not dateable, that if the roles were reversed, it would happen to women. But it isn't the case, right? So because men are willing to fuck who they're not willing to date, but women are not willing to fuck who they're not willing to date most of the time, you have it makes sense why there would be plenty of men like me earlier growing up, or like I thought I was earlier growing up, that would not fit their criteria. And I was right. I was just within the criteria. You understand? I was thinking about the equivalent to the woman's version. I don't think there is. That's my point. You're talking about with the, well, okay, so yeah, the equivalent woman's version of being a femcel isn't celibate. It is an inability to get inside of a relationship, which I think most overweight women go through. Just straight up. I think it's one of the best predictors for whether or not you are going to be a femcel is how much you weigh. And I think how much you weigh, one of the highest predictors is how much your fucking parents weigh, and what your parents fed you growing up. So I don't consider it like just being lazy like some other people do. But yeah, I think that's a really big factor. I think generally speaking, if you are a thin woman, you will be okay. Just statistically speaking. It is very uncommon to be a thin woman that's even moderately okay at makeup that cannot get a date. That is a pretty uncommon thing.
Whether or not you can transition, blah, blah. He would have said all of these things before.
Now, this isn't saying that you're going to go on fucking Tinder and destroy. This just means that maybe you can get a date every 6 months, every 8 months, right? But there's plenty of dudes that haven't gotten a date in 10 years. Now, albeit primarily for personal social development reasons. But
those topics just weren't forefront to our social culture, right?
I could be wrong, but I feel like he would have had.
For some women, this is not true. Yeah, Pete, I hate going through that so much. For some women, this isn't true. Man, it frustrates me. How were you more of an incel than a woman in the same position who just needed to develop social skills to put themselves out there? Because women don't have to, Ryan. Nigga, how old? Wait, hold on. I just realized. I could be how old are you? Are you like 15 years old? Because I totally apologize if you are. You might just genuinely be too young to have the live. 24? Then you got no excuse. What the fuck? You got no fucking excuse, bro. You're old enough to know how this shit works. What the fuck? Who are you? What? Like, you're meaning to tell me there is the same social demand for a guy to ask a woman out as there is for a woman to ask a guy out? You're 24, nigga. Start acting like it. The fuck are you who are you talking to? So not at all. So then that's what we're talking about. A dude with no social skills is not gonna get bitches. A woman with no social skills gonna get dick. Who are you talking to? The women can just stand there and dudes will literally catcall them from fucking across the street, and then vice versa will also fucking ask them out and be a normal fucking person. Okay? You can sit there in a fucking bar and dudes will approach you. Reverse the roles. That ain't never happening, nigga. I gotta go through. I gotta approach. I gotta make a move. I gotta have the social skills. I also need to active reload that I don't fucking come off as a creep. I don't come off as too pushy. I don't come off as too aggressive. That's what I need to do. Women ain't gotta do that. Who the fuck are you talking to? So when you tell me that a woman has the same situation as I did growing up, you're wrong. Because they don't have as much social demand to be as socially developed as me. They don't. Not for initiating a relationship. For being in a relationship, I would say they do. But not for initiating a relationship. A woman can just sit inside a class and then dudes will ask them out. For the initiation of it. But then outside of that, they got to do a fucking bunch of work in the house or whatever. They're expected to do a bunch of fucking whatever shit. So obviously it's going to be a bit different.
I feel like he could have had...
Women also learn the dynamic at a very young age because they start getting approached way younger. That's true, Freems. They start getting approached at fucking, fucking 13. Whenever they start puberty, and sometimes before they start puberty. Allah. Jesus,
I feel like
God bless.
I've had a better, more nuanced take on it in the past, rather than this really weird, hyperbolic political.
I feel like this is why the fresh and fit girls are socially awkward. They just stand in the club and give up the pee, never hold a real convo. I don't agree that they just give up the pee. I think that fresh and fit women get a bad rep of just fucking any dude that comes through. But also, let me say, fresh and fit, a lot of the women on fresh and fit are a certain type of woman. I hate that the women that go on Fresh and Fit are representative, are supposed to be even close to representative of all women. Not even close to true. They are literally, I believe, a minority of women.
He gives to everything.
Did you see what you said about climate change?
Hello.
Hi.
Anna, we're not doing this for 10 hours today, but yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, Anna's in now. Yo, you gotta watch the Abba Tree of Logic and Alicia discussion at some point. Funniest stream of the year. S rank memes. All right, thank you for the €5, Gaia. I've been wanting to check it out.
welcome to give a little bit of input. What's up?
Why do you think women don't have game? Because they don't have to. Literally, it's that simple. There was no social need for women to have game, so they don't. It's that simple. Literally. If women did have a social need, then they would start developing. They would develop it. But they have no need for it. Like, when does a woman need to approach a guy? They don't.
Also, hold on. New rule for the conversation today. You're not allowed to start any sentence off with like, I just think it's funny how blah, blah,
It predates society. Men would hunt for the reward of social eating, which meant potential mating. I don't know shit about that.
Because it derails.
On average, you are speaking truth, but there are still involuntarily celibate women. Literally, the person who established the infamous subreddit was a woman. Nito, you are a 24-year-old, I'm going to assume man. You are a 24-year-old man. Think with your mind. How many women have you seen in your entire life that if they just walked up to 100 dudes and asked, do you want to fuck me? That all of them, 100 of the dudes would say no. I would say you can fucking count them. You can literally count them. It is such a rare occurrence because of the different things that men and women value. Men will fuck women they have no intention of dating. So they're willing to fucking damn near everything.
Fucking up everything. So go for it.
I love it when she does that. It's lit.
So I hate you too. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Is there a black?
Being able to be friendly with you and understand the passive aggressive girls at a young age. Being able to be friendly with and understanding of passive aggressive girls at a young age was a big help. Oh, sure. That could be a big help. I wish men and women could switch bodies Parent Trap style for a day and clear up all this empathy. I think that'd be wise. I think that'd be very wise. Really, you don't think these days with women working just as much as men that more women would be inclined to approach men? I see no evidence of that happening. No. So if you're asking me, do women approach men more than they have in the past? Of course. But I don't see that as at nearly the rates that we really should. Honestly, it should be primarily women who approach men. Because woman, you're not going to catch a creep charge. You're not going to catch, when I'm talking about a charge, I'm talking about a social indictment. I don't think any dude is going to jail for being a creep, right? There might be like 1 or 2 cases. This is not a real thing, right? You're not going to be made into a TikTok about being a creep as a woman. It's not going to happen. It's never happened. It's not going to happen. That has happened very recently and does happen to men. You have low stakes. You have high chances. A woman walking up to a man has significantly higher chances of a successful interaction than a man does. Significantly higher, right? Like every single indicator shows women should be the primary individuals approaching men, but they don't. Because there's no demand for them to do so. Really, do you think women are socialized earlier than men? No. I think everybody's socialized at birth. To be fair, women generally have better social and emotional cognition. Men only needing some level of success to historically court women is why men tend to be more socially awkward and antisocial today, IMO. No, I don't necessarily. Well, it depends. I think women's hobbies tend to be more social and men's hobbies tend to be more material. Like, women just tend to interact with people more, as that is a womanly thing to do. And so women are going to get more practice. Is that what you mean?
Black women on the line right now?
There is indeed. Yeah, Sophie.
Oh, hi, Sophie. What were you guys talking about?
We were just talking about what I just, as a black woman, what I agreed and disagreed with what you said. So I basically said that I genuinely agreed with most of what you said, but I believed that some of it was
Here you go, Anthony.
A bit disingenuous on the systemic side. But I see you have like an integral purpose of trying to build African American agency.
All right, Nito, person. I hate to do this to you, brother. You got 2 minutes to get inside of Discord. Nito person, you have 2 minutes to get inside of Discord and have a call with me. You got 2 minutes, buddy. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll link you the Discord. Yes, which, to be fair, could also raise standards men need to reach to have it acceptable. Yeah, I agree, Caleb. Yeah, so you got 2 minutes there, buddy. And then if you do not get inside of the Discord within 2 minutes, I'm sorry, you got to go.
For, family values.
This is to encourage individuals that I believe have an inescapable difference, a big difference, in opinion that I do not like. And so I'm giving you the opportunity to have a conversation with me about this difference. If you do not do it, I'm sorry, buddy. Well, you have the option of not talking about it ever again, if that's something you would like to entertain. But usually people just take the ban. In the Discord messaged you? Where did you message me? Just join a voice channel and tell me what your name is. Yeah, I didn't get a message, so. All right. Hello? Hello. Yeah, you're a little bit dank. Okay.
Extremely important here.
Okay.
One of which is the obvious fact that women need to be like some degree of comfortable to like have a guy come to their place. So,
No.
like,
Hold on. You're already getting ahead of it. That's not what I said. I didn't say that to have safe sex. I didn't say to have whatever. I said to get sex in general.
No, you're not referring to sex in general, because theoretically we can talk about men hiring a prostitute.
No.
We're not talking about men having sex in general or women having sex in general. We're talking about a like certain type of reasonable interaction that could actually reasonably occur in the real world.
No, we're not. Even necessarily.
We're talking about like women who are socially awkward and unattractive. What's their reality? And men who are socially awkward and unattractive. What's their reality? And so when I talk to women who are in that position, what I find is that in a literal sense, if you want to say they could go on Discord and find a guy who will fly out to them,
or Tinder.
Sure, no woman in the world is comfortable with that situation. And so you're going to have a bunch of women who, yeah, technically they can literally have sex in the same way a man can literally hire a prostitute, but for all intents and purposes, that doesn't exist for them.
No, that absolutely does exist for them. It's just a higher risk. So let me divorce it away from the prostitute comparison. The prostitute, there is no individual that is having sex with you outside of you paying them money, right? That doesn't exist. But in the instance of a man having sex with you that you granted cannot properly vet, right? Or you don't feel like they're properly vetted or whatever, you can't do that. Those are two different things. Do you recognize that? That like not vetting somebody and taking a risk in that way is different than literally paying somebody money to be with you. Those are two different worlds. And from an individual's perspective, those are two different feelings. If I have to pay somebody to give me any kind of intimate attention in comparison to having somebody be able to give me intimate attention, but I just can't vet them realistically, those are two different feelings as an individual, and those are two different worlds and lived realities. Do you disagree with that?
I agree with part of that. So let me use you as an example. If you, back then, your struggle was never that you were like a super unattractive guy who, if you had like the basics, if you went to a bar and you spent 5 hours twice a week going to a bar and just trying to do like very basic conversations, you would have done just fine. You're a plenty good looking guy, you're a plenty tall guy. In the same way that these women you're describing could have gone on Discord and like sent their picture and done this thing, you could have done very basic things.
Well, hold
and
on.
done just fine.
Hold
there
on.
are
Hold on.
incels who literally cannot get anything.
Okay,
That's
so hold.
for most of these guys, you're basically right. They need social skills and they need to like put themselves out there. I know plenty of guys who are actually pretty bad with social skills, but when they take enough time to put themselves out there, do
Hold
way
on.
better.
No, there's a big difference between the two ways that we talk about men and women putting themselves out there. We talked about a woman putting herself out on Tinder or on the Discord or whatever. That is entirely different than me going to a bar to develop social skills. That is entirely different. Me learning how to properly engage with other human beings, read social cues, have good banter, be funny. Those things, that is entirely different than a woman just making a Tinder account, or going on Bumble, or going on Discord, or going out in fucking public, going to a bar and just saying, hey, looking at whatever guy they can and just seeing if they want to go home with them. That's entirely different. Is it unsafe? Yes, but these are two different lived environments. As I said previously, hold on.
Something over that unsafe. How do you keep just say like that? It seems to you that just doesn't matter. But
No,
that, like,
it does matter. It does. No. It does matter, but it presents as a different experience. Okay, in one experience, excuse you. In one experience, I am answering your question. In one experience, you are completely invisible, and you need to develop social skills in order to become visible, right? No woman will even want to use you in a sexual capacity. No woman will want to use you in a relationship capacity. But another feeling, a separate feeling, is being presented by a different gender, by women, which is that you are visible, but the kind of visibility that you have is not the visibility that you want, which is you are being seen as a sexual object. Those are two different lived realities, and I know this because I know women who feel like they aren't being treated as if they're a sexual object, and when in moments like that, they make the exact same points that men do, which is they will even say, and I don't want to name names, but I have met several women that have said this, and I want to know if you have too, where they do not get catcalled, and they're like, I don't like the idea of being catcalled, but I like how it might make me feel and how I felt when it's happened, because it doesn't happen to them frequently enough that it feels good to get that kind of attention. And as a man, it feels the exact same way. So there are absolutely different feelings that you can be in when it talks about sexual objectification versus being completely invisible.
So I actually agree with a large part of what you said there. I think, in my mind, what comes first and foremost is a couple female friends I have who are 160 or 180 pounds at like 5'4", who have been very unattractive their entire life.
Okay.
And I'm sure you knew the girl in class who was like pretty unattractive, pretty socially awkward, pretty ugly, and was probably the kid treated worst in school for years and years and years, and no one looked at her with any kind of attention. So to be clear, yes,
so
on Tinder, there would be
so
like 3 or 4.
Actually, no, I didn't. I didn't have that experience.
Okay, so that's an experience I certainly had, and I talked to a couple girls, and I know people who do have this.
Okay.
And so that's not something that you've seen. Like, I can understand that, but 70% of women today are overweight.
Yep.
Plenty of those girls aren't super attractive.
Yep.
Those girls walk through life largely invisible. And technically they can go on Tinder and find an extremely thirsty, creepy guy 15 years older than them.
Hold on.
They're at all comfortable with. They don't have it.
So you think those are the only people that are willing to fuck 70% of the population that are overweight?
No.
Okay, so what percent of the population of women do you think no dude that isn't 15 years older than her and creepy, like you said, 15 years older and creepy, what percent of women do you think only those dudes would fuck? Fuck. I'm not talking dating, because on dating I feel like we shake hands. I'm talking about fucking.
Yeah. So let's take the 40% of the population who is obese for women. Let's cut that in half to 20%, and let's take the 20% least attractive of those women. That's at least 5%. of women who are.
Oh, okay. Then we're chilling. I agree. We shake hands.
Treated like shit on
Sure.
their day-to-day lives. Them at the very least, and frankly, I would expand that to probably 10 or 15%.
That's insane. That you believe 10% of women can't get laid. That you are insane.
100-pound woman at 5'2", put her on.
I will fuck a. I am telling you, if you run through my boys' matches, they will fuck a two. Nigga, are you white?
No, I'm Indian.
Okay, because like I don't. Maybe you grew up in a very white suburban thing is what I was thinking, where like dudes will only fuck chicks who are like stick thin, so it might be a local thing. But there is like absolutely dudes that will fuck chicks that are fucking 300 pounds, depending on how they hold their weight.
Yourself. Girls you're talking about, these are not those girls.
I agree. But what you said earlier, I agree with that 5%. I agree with that 5%.
Who have a huge gut, who don't have it going on.
I agree.
Boobs somehow, and like an
that's 5%. So what you're talking about is the number of women that aren't just overweight, because being overweight as a woman is pretty much just breathing air, because you have tits and you're overweight. Okay, the BMI system for women is pretty much breathe air, you're overweight. Okay, so being overweight is super easy for women. So that is a way. We're talking about obese women, and of the obese women, you have to be obese, and you gotta have a busted face, and you gotta not know how to do makeup to make sure your busted face isn't super busted. So we're talking about, like you said earlier, 5%, and we shake hands on that if you left it there. I agree, 5% of women probably this doesn't fall into. But I think saying a rule exists for 95% of women is probably true. But what you said earlier about did I have an experience with women inside of my school who were like not attractive and whatever. I had experience with that like what I would consider to be that 5% of women inside of my school. But you know what happened? They paired up with the 5% of men. That's what happened. They paired up with like the incel like dudes, paired up with like the femcel type chicks. Some of that happened. So I don't think it's completely game over for either one of the groups. I think you can lower your standards to a point. I just think men and women often don't. I think you have really, really unattractive incel dudes that are unwilling to date like femcel tier women. And think you have femcel tier women that are unwilling to fuck and date femcel or incel tier men. I think that happens a lot.
I don't think that's true. My experience is most of those people end up just being single because they feel so alone and unloved, and like the world has such a horrible perspective on them because they do. They go throughout day-to-day life being treated so shit.
Wait, were you not listening to me? I literally said that's what happens.
I don't think they end up pairing up, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, well, sorry.
That happens. It certainly doesn't happen with a lot of the people I've met.
Okay, sure. So just to be clear then, the people you know have never had a relationship once in their life.
I know 2 or 3 women who have never had a real relationship.
Okay, I am 90% sure. Can you send me a picture of them if they consent? I am 90% sure that they can. Okay,
that's insane. These women, for obvious reasons, there's no way they're going to consent to that.
No, I mean they could. I mean, it would be something.
Irrelevant. These are the girls who have such bad insecurities with the way they look. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
nigga, incels stream every fucking day. Okay, you can handle somebody looking at you.
Okay, that's fair. You're not these girls. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm not saying that I am these girls, but I think it's a perfectly decent thing to ask.
I think it's a fair thing to ask. Here's what I'll push back to you with, very briefly. What would you describe as if you were to describe like a prototypical male incel?
Short, possibly balding, very, 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 very poor social skills, acne, frail, high-pitched and or meek voice, submissive or passive. I think these are all staples of an incel.
Do you think that women can have some degree of an equivalent such that maybe they're not at the same exact rate, struggling with the same exact amount of sex, but in essentially a fundamentally similar situation?
Because there's dudes that like
desire at like what they're really looking for.
Right. Okay, so because women have when it comes to men getting, you're talking about in relation to sex, right?
I'm talking about in relationship to be like having like guys want sex in the way that girls want a certain kind of validation that isn't just sex, but isn't necessarily a relationship. And I think those are two things that both groups of the people that I'm referencing struggle with. That women can technically get a kind of sex that isn't validating in any way, and man can't get any real sex at all. But
right, that's my point.
The equivalent level of like disillusion where neither is getting anything that is satisfying.
No, that is the biggest wrong. No, absolutely not. It is a markedly different feeling for those 5%. So you're telling me, so in order for this to be true, what you would have to say to me is any of the women that are in that bottom 5% who have ascended above that bottom 5% and are now in like the top 10% and can get a date, albeit through, agony and constant problems of dudes just trying to use them for sex and shit like that. But they can eventually find a partner. You're willing to tell me that those women have the exact same feeling as where they were at when they were invisible? No.
I'm not referring to women who actually can get like a real date with a real, like I'm talking about women who like theoretically can get a guy to come and fuck them on Tinder who's like 10 years older than them.
Okay.
But in general, they're not like, they don't have any real option where they feel any kind of safe or any kind of like real.
Okay, so let's talk about those then. Do you think that the way that you feel, if you're capable of doing that, let's just talk about let's just say that plainly, it's being used as a sex object. Do you think that feels the same way as being not even regarded as a sex object? You're not an option. You think those are the same feelings?
Yeah, so the reason I talked about, like, what do you imagine is, like a perfect example of an incel before is because, like, I, up until the age of, like, 18, 19, I think was the perfect example of this. I was, like, a really scrawny Indian kid who was, like, really awkward, ADHD, like, arguably, like, mild autism, like, did horribly, was really uncomfortable, had, like, a fucking terrible time. And talking to women who dealt with, like, this equivalent, I do think it's basically the same fucking thing.
That's
Except
insane.
for the fact that I could actually go to the gym, develop social skills, put time into, like, I grow out my hair. Like, now I do absolutely fine. I look at these women who have absolutely no option. Now, there are guys who, like, are so short.
Wait.
So underdeveloped.
So you're,
no chance for
I,
them.
wait. Are you gonna?
As the example, I think you're a much better example of what I think about when I think of a male incel. Somebody who didn't quite have the social skills, but puts in a fair bit of effort, and you can do just fine. And with these female incels, that's actually not an option.
Okay, so I reject that these women have no option. I've not seen the women you're talking. The amount of women that have no option, I would literally think are maybe in the single digits of thousands. No, that's probably not true. Probably 10. It's disabled people pretty much only. It's like people with like
You cannot actually believe that.
Are you kidding? I think this is even true.
Disabled women only who can
like pretty much, yes.
Real thing with men?
Who cannot get to the point where in which somebody will fuck them? Yeah. I think almost every single woman alive can do something, can do makeup, can exercise. Dude, do you know how bad you need to get genetically fucked to have it set where you're a woman and nobody on earth will fuck you? No matter how much work, no matter how much time in the gym, no matter how much fucking makeup, no matter how much time on your fashion, no matter how much time on your hair, no matter how much time on skincare you will never be able to do fucking anything to be able to get to. You think that that's like a decent amount of women? Bro, you're cooked.
No, dude, my point to you is you're a great example of a more typical incel. Someone who, if you put in the steps, can actually do just fine. In the same way, most women who are essentially incels can also, putting in some steps to maybe lose a little bit of weight, maybe put some effort into makeup, maybe doing some of these other things, they can also progress. But there is a small portion of men who, unlike you, unlike me, have really no chances, right? They are 5'2". They have autism. They are like, look horrible, right? There are guys who have a horrible time. There are girls who have a horrible time. I'm saying that
I believe
like me and you, and like the women you're describing, who if they put a fuck ton of effort can do like okay, but that fundamentally the most incels and most femcels generally can do okay, and that there is a small group of both who are actually fucked.
So that was my point just a moment ago. I think that there's only a handful of women on earth that cannot truly, no matter what they do, cannot put in enough effort to be approachable by men. And I'm not talking about like a Stacy. I'm talking about to be able to even get in a relationship. I think if you're willing to put in hundreds of hours of work, if you're willing to get in the gym, if you're willing to take care of your skin, like not just makeup, but like skincare routines, willing to do trends for your hair, for your style, for everything. I think there is you shouldn't even talk about the amount of people that can't do it because it is so very few. Like you have to be deformed.
Different from the woman you're describing right now.
Well, no, I think this applies to men as well. But the problem is you made it sound like this was something that the girls were going through. So did they just get shot in the face? Did they just get shot? Okay, so
Dude, you're imagining why I can't ask them to send a picture.
No. I'm not cringing about the picture. I'm not cringing about the picture.
Cringing.
Okay, that's fine. You can cringe if you'd like, but I think that if you're willing to put the time in, if you're willing to put the effort in, if you're willing to really, because when you make an definitive claim, there is nothing somebody can do. That is a heavy claim. Now, if you want to make a realistic, say there's realistically not much somebody can do, I can shake hands with that. There's certain people that are pretty fucked that, they're not obviously going to spend $10,000 going to the gym over the next 3 years. They're not going to spend $10,000 on fucking makeup, fashion, whatever shit, going out to the bar, trying to practice. It's not realistic, nor is it pragmatic for a lot of people. But if you want to make the point that there is nothing they can do, that is a steep claim that you made, that there is nothing that people can do.
Because I don't think that's the point I'm making.
You said that. You said explicitly.
Arguing over, and correct me if I'm wrong here, the point I understand us to be arguing over is that there is not a significant portion of women who are in a similar position as an incel to men in a similar position. Yours using the example that fundamentally these women, if they really wanted to, could have sex with a guy on Tinder or could go on Discord and get a guy to fly out to her. Even though these situations and the type of men you're referring to are fundamentally untenable situations. I'm saying
I disagree. I disagree with that. But
really struggle and may never succeed. And there is a much more substantial portion of people who are in your position, women and men, who if they put in a fair amount of effort can do okay. But in their current situation,
nobody's denying that. I'm not saying that there's like 50% of women are femcells. What I'm saying is that of the group of women that are femcells, a vast majority of them can have sex at the drop of a hat. So I believe the celibacy argument isn't legitimate. However, there is a different argument that is legitimate, which is that having a genuine person not use you as a sex object. But those two feelings are different, and you reject that idea. That being invisible, i.e. not even being seen as a sex object, you are so invisible that you're not even a sex object, doesn't feel any different than somebody who is a sex object. I reject this. If there is somebody who can get visibility and be seen and used as a sex object, that is a different feeling than somebody who is invisible, even to the point where nobody is willing to have sex with you. I think those are two different feelings. I'm not saying one is better than another. I think it is person to person what somebody can handle. But I believe that one is better than another. And I've used examples of women who I've met who in their experience hasn't either been out enough or hasn't had this experience yet, where they haven't been catcalled, but they express to me that they like the idea when it has happened, they like the attention. But then there's other, and so that what does that not note? That there is something satisfactory of even being seen as a sex object, and that it is a different feeling than being invisible. A statement.
Of course, we want to be seen as attractive. We love the idea of being seen as
so that's my point, right?
We like people complimenting us. I'm not saying that we don't. Okay,
like so then you recognize two different realities. One being seen as a sex object, being catcalled, being whatever, right? Seen as a sex object, and then being completely invisible. These are two different lived realities.
I just don't think you're getting what I'm describing in terms of the experience of these women. And I will ask, do you know, like, particularly unattractive women who just, like, have terrible experiences with this?
Yeah, of course.
It seems to me that those women don't get catcalled at all, don't get essentially attention by men in real life. And that,
often not,
go online, onto Tinder or onto Discord and sent their picture, they could probably get a few extremely unattractive, overweight guys who are 10 years older than them to message them, and they would have extremely unsafe situations they could potentially go into that would not give them any of the attention that is satisfying for them in any real way.
Sure, but they can't, hold on, but they can get attention. The ability to get that attention, even if it's unsafe or whatever, is a different lived experience than no matter what you feel like you do, because we're talking about feelings here. No matter what you feel like you do, you cannot get it. And that's what the incel experience is for men, that no matter what I do, I cannot get the attention of any woman, no matter what I do. But with women, femcells, it is, I can't, no matter what I do, I can't get the attention of the right men. You understand that, right? You can get attention from men, but you can't get attention from the right men. But for men, it's, I can't get attention from any woman. But you understand that's a different lived experience, right? It feels different and it works differently, materially.
I understand that. I don't think that what you're giving, I think you keep jumping between percentiles, which is a way to say that, like, I think if you take, like, the equivalent level of, let's say, like, the 5th percentile woman or the 5th percentile man, and we talk about them as an incel, so, like, the bottom 5%, we can then do, like, proper comparisons. It seems like you keep, like, jumping up on the women's tier to, like, 15 percentile. And
what are you talking about?
The reason I keep using you as an example is because I think you're a great example of someone who I think is like a pretty typical incel, or was a pretty typical incel, in the sense that you put in some effort and you're doing just fine, right?
I didn't even put in effort. I was able to naturally develop social skills, luckily, and then recognize my errors. I didn't start actually actively attempting to develop my social skills until like 6 months ago.
Yeah, so to be clear, that's a type of thing that I found a lot of guys who call themselves incels and feel like they're extraordinarily hopeless. When they do a little bit of that, they do an enormous amount better. I think Sneako's cringe as fuck, but one thing he said that is 100% true is that charisma is so much more important than being attractive. It really is.
I find that laughably false.
And do so fucking well. It's mad.
I find that to be just patently false. Like there's
really?
just no, especially for women, 100%. But yeah, for men as well.
For guys being charismatic, not for
okay, just to be clear. Okay, great. Yeah, so it's good we agree on that reality. So for men, you can get away with murder if you got a good jawline. You can literally get away with murder. I mean, look at the nigga, what is it, Jeremy Meeks? Literally got out of prison dating a billionaire's daughter. And it's not because of merit. Like, come on.
Okay, that guy looks like a fucking supermodel.
Well, crazy. It's almost like looks matter. That, like, nigga, a guy with super game ain't gonna do that shit. He's not gonna make it work. You're not gonna be able to make the cut. So this is the way that I believe reality works. But, hold on. We'll move past it because we're moving on to a different subject. Do we agree with the material reality for women and men being different in that women are not getting the attention from the right kind of guy? They're getting attention from creeps or whatever when they're femcells. They're not getting attention from the right kind of guy, whereas men are not getting attention at all. And those are two different experiences. Do you recognize those as being two different experiences?
I think that is a technicality, and when you look at like the reality of the situation, what you end up with is neither the woman nor the man in that situation has any kind of attention that means anything to them, and nor do they have any kind of realistic sexual opportunities. That woman is not going on Twitter. She doesn't want to see those two guys' results. She's not going on Discord to ask guys to fly her out. Technically, those are things where she could find an opportunity for sex, but it is so unrealistic for that girl to do so. For her to put herself through that, which she wouldn't enjoy in any sense.
I'm not saying that she... Hold on.
Oh my God. As experiences go, which is what you're saying, are those two different lived experiences? No, not really.
That is insane. So one of the... Hold on. So one of the things I've talked about on my stream, which is just categorically true, and we're about to find out because it parallels perfectly to this argument, and we're about to... I feel like this will really illuminate whether or not you're being honest. Being a volcel is easier than being an incel. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Being a volcel is easier because it is easier to operate within your life and go, I am actively not dating, not because I can't, but because I'm choosing not to. That feels different. That is, both realities are materially the same. You're not getting pussy, you're not getting laid. That's not happening. But in one instance, you are choosing to not do it. You are choosing. You have the ability to do certain things, and you are choosing to not do it. But the material realities are both the same, that you are not having sex. I feel like the same thing occurs when we talk about the men versus women. Women are actively choosing to not fuck these creeps and not fuck these weirdos, but the knowledge that they can get this presents as a different lived experience, even if they never act on it. I'm not saying that women do fuck these weirdos or whatever. What I'm saying is that the mere idea that you can and you actively choose not to is a different lived experience than never even being allowed to in the first place.
The trouble here is, I think you keep going back to the term, and I think it's a useful term here, lived experience. If you want to talk to these girls and tell them that if they want to go on Tinder, they can totally find a match, they'll tell you, yeah, I've been on Tinder. I got 3 matches from these insane profiles, and if you take a look at them, there is no world in which you will ever say to this girl that they should take up any of these matches. They're actually insane.
Yeah, and dude, hold on.
Technically, that is a different lived experience because they're getting a little bit of attention. I will say to you, no, that is a distinction that doesn't mean anything.
Jeez. So do you think that these? So then, let me ask you a simple question. Do you think that these women would prefer to get no matches?
No, it probably is.
Why do you think that is?
But actually, I'm not even sure.
Okay, that is insane to me. The idea that women would rather get no matches.
I'm seeing the 2 ugly guys in their fucking thing. These 2 like 35-year-old guys.
I can tell you, as somebody that has lived through an experience of feeling as though no woman has ever even looked at me in even a sexual capacity, let alone a romantic capacity, that every single compliment, every single piece of attention any woman has ever given to me has mattered so much to me that I remember it to this day. That I remember every single fucking wink and smile that women have given to me ever since I was 8 years old, because it was so rare and it was so precious that, yes, I can tell you, as somebody that's come from the bottom and is now not at the top, but I'm definitely normal. All right, I can get some fucking matches on Tinder. That matters a lot, and I would never go back. I would never ever go back because it matters a lot.
So let me give you the equivalent, right? You go on Tinder back in these days, you put your profile up, you set everything up, you get 3 matches. One is a 45-year-old woman, 220 pounds, ugly as fuck. You get 2 of these other matches. Are you telling me
I feel better about myself because I'm a human.
Really?
Yes,
Really?
yes, I'm a human. It's not nothing. Somebody is giving me attention. I'm a human. I care. That's something that I care about. Yes, I'm a human. That's the way that it works.
You think that for these people's lives, this legitimately means something more than just the moment of like, oh, it's kind of nice that a guy like did blank.
That moment.
That moment, real lived experience,
that moment,
7 seconds of like maybe
yes, because I remember them to this day. You are talking to a nigga that remembers them to this day. I remember women winking at me in middle school. I remember these things.
That means a hell of a lot more.
That means a lot. I remember them. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude,
yeah, and they're significant. These are significant hallmarks of my life that I remembered, that I thought about for a fucking week. It made my week when these things happened. It wasn't even a woman talking to me. It was just a woman looking at me for a little bit too long. This is why dudes fucking misread waiters being nice to them and shit, because it's not something we're used to. It is a completely different world, being able to get this kind of attention, even for a fucking moment, that we often, and I agree with this, often read too deep into it, and we think that the fucking waiter is our soulmate because they fucking looked at us for a quarter of a second too long. We're not used to it, and it feels fucking amazing. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Maybe you just haven't lived the life. But there has been so many people that I've connected with over this feeling. And especially going from a point in my life where that was not the normal. And right now, I cannot tell you how many women I feel like have flirted with me IRL because I got my fashion on point, because I got my hair on point, that look at me that same way they did when I, like, for that one moment I was holding on to in middle school. There's far more women doing that to me. There's men that are doing this to me, right? There's people that, and I'm noticing it, and it feels good. I would never go back, ever. I would never go back.
Let me use you as an example. I'll use myself as well, because I think I was in a very similar, and actually still am, pretty much along the exact same trajectory, where I did terribly when I was younger. I was miserable. I was a scrawny little Indian kid who nobody looked at with anything but repulsion. And then I grew up and I got a little bit better looking and I got taller. I went to the gym. I worked on my social skills. The difference between me back then and me today is so fucking large in terms of my experience. If I'm to compare that and then put the women I'm talking about on that scale, let's say I was at a 0 and now I'm at a 7. They're at a 0.1. And you can sit there and yell that yes, a 0.1 is more than 0. But I know for fuck's sake that you know that a 7 versus a 0 and a 7 versus a 0.1, there's no fucking difference. For any realistic...
Wait. In your example, why are you... Wait. Hold on. Why are you comparing a 7 to a 0.1? Hold on. Maybe this is the origin of the error. You should only be comparing your lived experience to what it used to be. So the reason why I'm so happy with my progress isn't because I'm the Giga Chad inside most of my friends get way more women than I do and way more attention than I do. But I'm not comparing myself to them. I'm comparing myself to where I used to be. I used to be a man that was very desperate for women's attention. I used to be a man who felt like he couldn't get it. And now I'm somebody who can get it. And I wouldn't go back primarily because women's attention. Huh?
You think you're below a 7?
I'm a 6. And if you do not think so, you don't know. You haven't seen
Dude, I'm not
my
going to
face.
argue with you over a 1 point difference. That doesn't mean anything.
Okay,
Sure.
but okay, I believe I am a 6. That's what I believe that I am.
The difference between a 0 and a 6 and a 0.1 and a 6.
Well, I was never a 0. Just to be clear, I was never a 0.
I'm referring to 0 in terms of like potential for actual action, right? Like,
whoa, then we're using entirely
technically a 4 or 3, but like nothing actually occurs. That to me is essentially 0 when we're talking about lived experience.
No, it's not. Wait, okay, maybe this is I'm not talking about delusional people, just to be clear. I'm not talking about people that are deluded, like Giga Chads that think that they get no attention from women.
No, I'm talking about regular guys to some degree, but mostly guys who are like pretty down on their luck because they have to deal with a number of the things you've already described.
I believe that the average dude who is an incel because of their social development, not because of their physical appearance. But I also recognize, as somebody that has gone from somebody who didn't get attention from women and also didn't feel like he got attention from women and then got attention from women, but still didn't feel like it. I can tell you, as somebody who has gone through that experience feels different than insignificantly worse than even getting small amounts of attention. When you start getting attention from even unattractive people, it starts to make your day. It makes your week. I've talked about this consistently. If you don't agree with that, that is insane to me. And that lived experience where even that one like on Tinder can make your week, even if you have no intention of ever being reciprocal with those persons. I'm not talking about getting a like from Stacy. I'm talking about getting any kind of attention at all. That can happen.
So what percentage increase do you feel like you had in the attention you got from women?
Relative to when I was a kid?
Yeah, well, relative to like the lowest point you feel like.
I couldn't put a percentage on it, maybe 800 to 900%.
Cool. Just like using an estimate just for the sake of it. So let's say you went from like what you were at to like 5%. In the sense that like if, again, you go into a specific example with like the worst examples for women, I think that fundamentally you can say this is a huge difference. 0% versus 5%. Like that is such a big difference. And I'd say to you, like, I don't know, talk to these people. it does not seem to be a big difference. From my experience, what I was going through sounded a lot like yours. I'll look back on certain experiences, I'll be like, oh, there were a few experiences when I was younger where I just didn't pick up any signals. There were also like 1 or 2 experiences where a girl did wink at me or smile at me or had a conversation that like really like lit up my day, because that was all the action I got in like the 9th grade or the 10th grade. It was just like a good conversation that seemed to be slightly flirty, right? Like that was amazing. But the difference between that and what these women are going through is basically it just doesn't mean anything. I don't think it really doesn't.
So how can you say that? That doesn't make logical sense. You're saying that somebody wanting to sleep with you, even if they're a creep and a weirdo, doesn't give you even a similar effect to what we got when a girl winked at us.
No, I'm saying it has essentially that effect, if not less than.
Okay, and what I'm telling you is that effect over a period is much preferable. That is a different lived experience than the prior. And I'm appealing to that by saying during my steps of, increasing my desirability amongst all people, including women, I have been at tiers where I got a little bit better. I got a little bit better at presenting myself, and it felt like a different world. That little bit matters when you go from 0. Like going from 0 to 1 is a really big deal. It's an infinite percentile increase. It is a different world going from invisible to incredibly, like slightly, only a little bit visible. That is a very big deal.
Can I ask you 5 or 6 yes or no questions?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. Do you consider yourself to have been an incel?
Yeah.
Did you get girls who were winking and nodding and flirting with you a tiny bit throughout school? Because you already gave the example of the wink.
Yeah.
Okay, so you started this conversation off by saying that the category of women who are in femcells is infinitesimally small. Is that true?
Yeah, the ones that cannot get sex, yeah.
So you said that they have to essentially be fucking disabled. If you're to describe yourself previously as
to be more clear, hold on. Can I be more clear on that? What I mean is deformed. I think that you have to have a serious deformation to more often be inside of a category that cannot improve. That's what I was referring to. That cannot improve. I believe self-improvement can cure cancer. I think you can go from incredible leaps and bounds with self-improvement. And so when the reason that I brought up the disabled and what I really meant was deformed. Well, it's of the individuals that can never improve to a point where in which anyone will have sex with them. The only people that fit into that are like people with serious deformation issues.
What I'm saying is, if you're counting what you were as an incel,
yeah,
if that is the category that like it counts, that there are plenty of women who are in that category. Extremely little attention, extremely little opportunity, nothing that is plausible, realistic, feasible that any of them would want to participate in by any means. Essentially what you were going through, certainly what I was going through, that category is a little bit broader than just the literally could never get sex ever in their life, right? Like that technically, sure, is much rarer, but I'm saying by the feasible category that you and I existed in, there are plenty of women in that as well.
That's not the feasible. There is no feasible category the feasible categories that we exist in, the femcells can get laid. The most women can get laid. A vast majority of women can get laid. Like even by the feasible arguments, incels don't. The problem is you're trying to take an average of a subset of a subset. And you're trying to say, well, no, we should only look at the average of a subset of a subset. That wasn't the prompt. The prompt was how many women on earth can truly, no matter what they do, not get sex. I think that is unbelievably little. Yeah, and that's sex.
And I'm saying
celibacy is to not have sex.
If you were an incel, they're femcells.
That makes no sense. My argument that I made, and that the olive branch that I extend to femcells is that as a woman, you are going to have a hard time being able to find a man who is willing to be in a relationship with you. And I think that is comparable to the group of men that are incels who cannot get sex. Because, weirdly enough, weird coincidence, men or women's standards for who they sleep with is very similar to who they date. So if a woman is willing to fuck you, chances are, very likely, she's willing to date you, or at least entertain dating you. And so if that's the case, weird. It's almost like what I'm saying is the same category of people are both sides are at the same level for willing to date. That's weird. Isn't that the way that's crazy how that works? That I'm comparing a group of women that is being restricted by their ability to get a man to date them and a group of men that is restricted by their ability for women to date them, but also have sex with them because women tend to fuck who they date. So my comparison is perfect. It's men who can't get a date, women who can't get a date. The only difference is if you can't get a date as a man, you also can't fuck. That's the difference.
You take a 24-year-old femcel who hasn't had sex her entire life.
Wait, are you going to engage with that? Do you disagree with the idea that women tend to fuck who they're willing to date? Or do you think...
A particular example where I think it gets less into that range. And it's specifically the less attractive a woman gets, the less she has any opportunity, the more having a little bit of sex or that kind of interest, any kind of interest, ends up being lowered in terms of the threshold. So what I'm saying is that the level of a guy that you need is really low. So if I'm talking about a 24-year-old femcel, what I'm referring to is a girl who literally, she can technically get a one of a guy who is 45 and super overweight. There is the technical opportunity. I'm saying that is no actual applied meaning or value.
Okay,
and
so I would say to you then, I would say to you then, you become disconnected with your roots. Because I feel like anybody that reasonably has come from the bottom and getting no attention at all would never say that that's not a big deal. To be able to have sex with another person, to be able to be intimate with another person, even to have that a wink or a look is a world of difference. To enter that arena where a wink or a look is 5% more common, 3% more common, is a world of difference to these people. Because it makes your week.
Opportunities is far more plausible than they are. These are opportunities that there is no situation where you would ever say to this girl, this is something she should even consider.
I'm not trying to say they should consider it. What I'm saying is it presents itself as a different lived experience the same way we agreed the Volcel is a different lived experience. I'm not saying
Volcel is voluntary. I'm saying this isn't voluntary.
Yes, it is. If you're yes, it is. You're fuck. No, it is voluntary because they're choosing to not fuck the creepy guys, and I recommend they not do that. They're voluntarily not engaging inside of that sexual activity, but the knowledge that you can, or you could if you wanted to, changes the game. And you're saying, no, it doesn't. No. Hold on. What you're saying is that if you're an incel man who doesn't even get the opportunity to fuck even an incredibly unattractive woman, that is identical to a woman that is actively curving 1 and 2 tier dudes who are incredibly creepy. That is not the same lived experience. It is different when you have the ability to go, I could if I wanted to, but no. That is a different lived experience than not even getting the chance in the first place.
If I got you back then to sit down in a bar, have a drink, and spend 10 hours over the course of a few weeks in bars, just interacting, you would have had some opportunities come up. That was.
I'm not saying. Hold on.
Let me finish.
No. Oh my God.
Just briefly, very briefly. That is a reasonable thing you could have done, but it wasn't feasible for you in the place you were at.
No, it's absolutely feasible. Who are you talking to? Of course it was feasible.
So then were you just a Volcel?
Yes. I literally said this earlier than you coming. Hold on. I literally said this earlier than you coming on. I said I looked at what I considered to be the amount of work that needed to be done to get me to a point where in which I could attract women, and I said no. And I picked happiness instead. I picked my friends. I picked playing video games. I picked happiness over chasing women.
Man, I just think that what you see as feasible, plausible, and realistic, what you see as meaning something, I think you might be a little trapped in your own perspective here. And I would highly recommend you talk to someone.
Well, the problem is you haven't even given me a separate perspective. You haven't.
I've given you multiple. I don't
No, you haven't. You haven't. You haven't said. You've just said that the perspectives, 2 separate perspectives, do not exist. You are saying to me that the feeling, which I have already. Yeah, excuse me. You are saying that the lived experience of getting some sexual attention from people, from men that you do not want it from men that you do not want it from creepy or ugly men, right? That getting sexual attention from creepy and ugly men is the same as getting no attention at all when it comes to your lived experience, and there isn't distinct differences for how an individual feels in those two realms. And I reject this as an individual that has gone from that reality of not getting any attention, and then getting that attention, not recognizing it, and then getting it and recognizing it. I've been all over the spectrum, and I could tell you, you are wrong. Not getting the attention, right? Not getting the attention. If you want to say there's a lot of these women might get the attention and not recognize that they're getting the attention from these men, we could probably shake hands on that and say that there's probably a similar lived experience between them and incels. However, that gets into whether or not in material reality, their perception is matching up. And it wouldn't be in that circumstance. Just like how I recognize when I was in like late middle school, early high school, my perception was not meeting reality because there was women interacting with me. There was women hitting on me. So I am telling you that difference, those two different perspectives definitely exist, especially as an individual that has lived through those different perspectives. It 100% exists. And I think the rejection of that, you need to provide me good, plausible reasons why it doesn't exist for other people, but it did exist for me, and it has existed for people in my chat, and it has existed for people that I talk to. But that the perspective that we're all delusional, that this perspective doesn't exist, that it's not a real thing, that it's just...
To be clear, I'm not trying to go as far as saying anybody here is delusional. What I am saying is that for these women, it's not like she goes to a bar and she gets an ugly, creepy guy hitting on her there. It's that literally she has to go into a Discord and post a picture, and then that's what's going to happen, right?
Right.
I'm saying that the kind of attention she's getting is not a level of attention that amounts to anything that gives any kind of satisfaction.
You are wrong.
It is so minimal, so virtual. No, I'm literally talking to these people. Like, I don't know what to say.
Wait. Hold on. So do you agree that there are women that like the attention of getting catcalled?
I think people in general...
Have you ever met one? Because I've met 5 that have stated this explicitly.
Pause for a second, because generally what I've heard is that there is a mixed feeling where part of them likes the attention and part of them is substantially uncomfortable.
Okay. Great. And have you met women that have stated that when they have gotten catcalled that they have liked it?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that those same women, when asked, I'm not sure if you've asked them, but I have, that would they prefer to have not been catcalled? Have you ever asked a woman that?
So in the example that you're giving, so specifically the girls who had said they had very mixed feelings, one had said that they weren't sure if they would have liked it. She was with another girl who said that she wished she had not, and then another girl in another instance said that she enjoyed getting catcalled in that instance.
Okay, so for all of the individuals I have talked to, they ubiquitously say that they like it. However, they would not want any kind of negative thing to happen as a result, but they liked it, and and they would want it to happen, and they enjoyed it, and it was an enjoyable experience for them. Now, hold on. These women, however, are women that came from positions where it didn't happen. So I imagine it's something very similar to many other things in life, which is when you get used to it, it's always grass is greener on the other side. When you get used to it, it starts to get more dangerous. It starts to get the wow factor, the validation goes away, right? I don't imagine women are these unique creatures in that as soon as women get to a certain level of being catcalled, all of a sudden it starts becoming bad, because there's many women that say that it's bad and they would not like it, right? And so I don't think women are these unique creatures that whatever. I believe if men were put into the same circumstance, we'd probably do it. Maybe not at the exact same rates because we don't have the same rate of sexual victimization, but it would be similar because it'd get old, it'd get tiring, and then you'd be a lot more worried about the implications, potential things that come afterwards, sexual harassment, possible sexual assault. That's what you'd be more worried about. But when you don't have it, it's significant when you get it. And so that's typically the women that are saying, yeah, I like it. I'd like to have it happen more. And so
I'm talking about girls who are not getting catcalled, right?
Yes, and those are the femcells. Those are who we'd be talking about.
I find that there's a huge difference between validation you get online and validation you get in real life. Such that even a wink is better than like a creepy guy liking you on Tinder. Because having an actual person who you have an actual interaction with means something. Having some creepy guy on Tinder swipe right on you and said you down to fuck, like that just, like, it doesn't mean anything. And so, like, I understand that is like, I
disagree.
I think you used statements in your stream earlier that were really strong about like women do not exist in this category in nearly the same way men do.
Yeah, and this is true.
What I'm trying to say is most men in the incel category really need social skills. Most women in the incel category need a couple other things themselves. Both of them technically can have sex most of the time, and there's a very small group who cannot at all. But that in general, there's a lot of overlap.
Wait, hold on. Say that again?
I'm saying most men who consider themselves incels can do a number of things, particularly just going out and having
No. Okay, so this is the difference. Okay, so I'm maybe running into I'm talking about with no effort and no work. That's what I'm talking about. With no effort, no work, the lived experience of somebody that can have sex, no effort, no work, be able to have sex, development, right? Because technically both men and women go through even ugly men and women go through some kind of work. They get dressed and whatever shit, right? I'm talking about development, having to do things to build a skill, right? Independent of that, men and women's lived experiences at these levels are going to be different because it's just going to be easier for women to be able to get sex and sexual validation, now granted through objectification, right? But that there is a level of validation there that people like. Obviously, the negatives of objectification are there, but that is a different lived experience. I'm not even saying it's better or worse, man. You got to meet me halfway. That is a different experience. I'm not saying it's better or worse. The lived experience of being seen as a sexual object is different than the lived experience of being invisible. That's all I'm saying.
The people I'm talking about, by all means, feel invisible. And if you want to be clear, if you want to go with the most extreme of examples, a person who has never had any attention in their lives, that is almost no men as well.
No, I'm not talking about any attention. I'm talking about at the similar levels.
You gotta give me just a second here. Jesus. Because what I'm saying to you is nobody is on the category of they are entirely invisible. Everybody has a tiny bit of attention, almost always, and it varies a little bit. So the guys we're talking about, the girls we're talking about who are invisible, yes, technically these girls can get the tiniest bit of attention on Tinder that means nothing to them, beyond the fact that they feel intensely rejected by the fact they got 3 incredibly unattractive guys swiping on them and no one else. So at the end of the day, it feels way worse for them than it feels good.
What?
Versus a guy who's like had a wink and
What are you talking? Wait, did you never get a wink from a chick that was extremely unattractive? Or a nod? Yeah. Okay, did that make you feel better?
The interaction in real life is substantially more...
Do you not think that these women get that interactions in real life? Do you not think that they get them in real life? Like if they go to a bar?
No. Actually, you'd be blown away.
No, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not going to be blown away because I've literally been in bars with women like this.
I have gone to bars with them. It is actually absurd how horrifying it is.
Cool.
Like, I don't know how to explain to you how poorly these women are treated all the time.
I know how poorly the women are treated, but also you could be treated poorly and still have somebody want to fuck you. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Wow, crazy.
I've seen these women at bars and no guy has made any attempt to try and fuck them in any way.
Okay. That's just an interesting experience that you've had with your friends.
The women you see at bars are people who are comfortable going to bars because they actually get guys going up to them. People don't go to bars if they have horrible results.
I know.
And if you're a really unattractive woman, you go to a bar, nobody looks at you.
For the most part, I agree. But when you are moving throughout society as a woman, you will get more sexual attention by virtue of men's desires when it comes to relationships and dating. Oh no, it is completely in question right now.
what I just said.
That is no. So no, you are not, because if you were agreeing with me, you would agree with my conclusion that these women are a smaller fraction of what the incel community is. That there is less. Yes, it is. It is. I have two.
Significantly lower is that very few women can be called themselves when.
Correct. That the amount of women that have a lack of access to sex is so incredibly small. Already, you agreed with me earlier. You said it was like 5% of women that are so unattractive that there is no sexual attention that they could get. I consider this irrelevant. I consider this an irrelevant amount of people.
What percent of men do you think it is at?
Literally
zero.
What? What are you talking?
What percent of men? So what do you think the difference is? Like, I'm getting actual specifics. What do you think the percentage of women who like have no shot versus have like essentially no meaningful shot? And same with men. What are the percentage of men that have absolutely no shot versus no meaningful shot?
I would say that the amount of women that have no shot is probably like 3%. The amount of women that have a shot, you're talking about just with sex, right? Because we're talking about celibacy, so you're going to be talking about sex. So we're talking about sex. So 3% of women have no chance at getting sex. This is massively overrepresented by women with severe deformations. And then you have the group of women that have very little shot, which I'd probably put at right about 10%. These are your obese women. These are your women with obesity and facial defects or like defects, like they're just not attractive. And then of the group of women that have an okay chance, I won't go any higher than that. For men, for dudes that have literally no chance at having sex, I'm not talking about through social development. I'm talking about the men that as they are, to have no chance, I'd say like 15%. Of the men who don't have very little chance, I'd probably say that's the 30% that we see inside the data. The data shows that 30% of men are not having sex who are young. I'd say that's probably the 30%. Those are the dudes that probably, if they really wanted to, probably could engage with women at their schools, could engage with women at their work and shit like that. I think that's probably what they would be. But I think of that 15% that I previously mentioned for men, I think both agreed on earlier, the vast majority of those men, probably to a similar amount as the women, bringing it down to 3%. So the 12% of that 15% is social skills. It's primarily social skills. If you build the social skills, that's how you would climb the ladder. Obviously, getting your fashion, grooming goes a long way. There's a lot easier things that men can do to improve their social status and improve their ability to get women than it is for women, because women have a standard that is higher to men. Whereas if I just groom as a guy, I'm already ahead of other men. If I dress well, I'm already ahead of other men. If I exercise, I'm already ahead of other men. It's a lot easier to get ahead of the competition.
I agree with everything you're saying, except for your numbers around women. 40% of women are obese. I would guess, and I would put those numbers at much closer to the men. Something like the 3% closer to like,
hold on.
7 or 8%, and then the like 10%.
Then why is there twice as many women that are why is there half as many women that are virgins than there are men?
So maybe I'm unfamiliar. What's the statistic?
30% of men from the ages, I believe, of 18 to 25 or something, or 28, are did not have sex or are virgins within the last year. And 18% of women make up that percent. That's like 20 million.
Numbers, to be clear.
No, it isn't.
I said 30 and 20. Who's right?
No, I said, just to be clear, I said 3%, and then I think it was like 15.
You said 3 and 10, and then 10 and
30. Oh,
30.
yeah, 3 and 10, correct.
So I'm saying you just gave me numbers that said 20 and 30, which are my numbers.
We're not talking about for just... Are you compensating for the women that are just choosing not to have sex? Because that's what I'm compensating.
Guys who are just choosing not to have sex.
That's what the fucking other 15% is relative to my 15%. I don't think the 30% of men that are not having sex are all doing it because they can't. I think a vast majority of them are doing what I did, which is they're just like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like these standards are not something I want to live up to. I'm just going to play video games instead.
What I'm saying to you.
But hold on. To you, You said that the numbers were. Then you said the numbers were going to be similar. So what makes up that discrepancy? Why are there more women? Why are there more? Excuse me. One more. Why are there more women fucking less men?
To be absolutely clear, I am not saying that women do not get more sexual attention and that on average a woman does not have a better chance of having sex. I am saying that these numbers are not so astronomically different.
Really?
And say, to be clear, which you did, that women are 1/3 the population, and then you'll point to me numbers and it's 3/5. I'm going to say that's not according.
What are you talking about?
You just said 30% and 18%, and then you said 30% and 10%.
Yeah, what about it?
You can't tell me that you think that the women in this category are 10% and the men are 30, and then you show me numbers that say the women are 18 and the men are 30.
Women, what? Women are socialized to wait. No. I don't. What is the issue?
Who haven't had sex in the last year?
Yes.
30% of men and 18% of women.
Correct. What's the issue with that?
Just before you said the category of women who you qualify in that second category of incels, 3% women in the very bottom, 10% women in the above category, versus men, you said 10% in the bottom, 30% in the above category.
I said 15.
I'm saying, if we're looking at that above category, which is what you're essentially referencing to the virginity number.
No, I'm not. You're missing hard here. More women who can have sex will choose to be virgins because they are socialized and there is social pressure for women to be virgins. So there's women that can fuck that are going to choose to not fuck. I don't know why you think that data implies something it isn't, but you're not compensating for the.
There are no men who choose to not fuck.
Not nearly at the rates that we see it. No, it should be the opposite discrepancy. There's going to be more men that have more drive to fuck, and there's going to be more drive for men to fucking lie about having sex. So it doesn't make a goddamn lick of sense unless the disparity is greater that there is fucking 30% of men not fucking and 18% of women fucking. It doesn't make any sense outside of there is some external factors that are making it so that way men don't feel as though fucking is either an option or it's something that they want to do. And generally speaking, because I know young men and young men like to fuck, so there's probably some kind of other thing going on. I think it's video games. I think a big problem is not a problem, a big reason. I think you could choose video games over sex-based. But I think a big reason it's like video games and other media. It's just kind of better than going out and doing those things for a lot of these men. And I think that's part of the reason why. And they get enveloped into these cultures. I would cite the epidemic of loneliness, or there's a specific word for it in Japan, of the shut-ins. There's epidemics inside of Scandinavian countries and other European countries that are citing similar things where there's men that are isolating themselves because of media.
To be absolutely clear, I am not saying there is no difference. And I'll say that a billion times.
The problem...
What I am saying is that there are absolutely women who, by all accounts and all meaning, fit into a billion of the symptoms of being an incel. The feeling of being invisible, the feeling of being lonely, the feeling that no one desires you, and that technically there is some minor degree to which they are not 100% in line with every single aspect of that. But what I am saying is that your statement earlier, really fundamentally saying that there was nobody who's a woman, or even in the above category, the second category that's so small, I'm saying that you are...
You already agreed with me earlier. You said it was 5%. You put a number on it. You said 5%. I can shake hands with that number.
Absolutely zero chance, and frankly, actually,
correct.
Maybe I'm wrong with that. I was trying to estimate based on obesity, but frankly, obesity's 40%. If you're going to tell me that only 10% of the women who are obese can't have any sex, I would say that's probably too low. Like, it's probably more like 20% of the 40%.
So it's 50% of obese women you don't think can have sex.
I said 20% of obese women.
Oh, you said 20% of the 40%, so I thought you meant 50%.
8%.
Okay, I thought you meant the other shit.
And you take the deformed women on top of that, you get around 10%. Are you telling me that's absurd?
I think it is, yeah. I think there's a lot of dudes that are willing to fuck a lot of, like dudes will fuck people they are unwilling to date if they're down bad enough. I've seen some pretty crazy shit. I've heard of some pretty crazy shit. I think dudes will fuck that whatever shit. And so naturally you will get certain attention. And I think that lived experience is there. I think it's between like 3 to 5% of women that cannot have sex no matter what you do.
In some sense, I think we're arguing about a degree here. And I think it's just, I would ask that if you're using these terms, like maybe just include women a little bit more in the category. Because I think there are a lot of women who really do identify with the category and are going through the same shit. And to like,
yeah, I don't really think so.
I think you're kind of missing something if you're going to both identify as an incel and then say that there aren't femcells. You can say if you are an incel, then they're absolutely femcells.
No, they're not. There's a different lived experience there. Like, I don't know how... You can't simultaneously say that men and women get differences in sexual attention and then say that if I am an incel, that means a femcel is a femcel. No. Like literally, I frequented the femcel Reddit, and they even agreed with me. The femcel Reddit agreed with your idea. I can get sex from weird, creepy men, but I'm not the men that I want to get sex from. That's what happened a lot.
If you had gone on Tinder, you would have had 0 matches.
Correct.
Absolutely 0.
Yeah. Well, no, not for me, because it's a social problem for me.
Wait, but to be clear, you can't both say that these women aren't really incels because they can go on Tinder and have somebody match with them, but that you were an incel even though you could have done the exact same thing.
Wait, wait. Just to be clear, when I said I was an incel, I said I was delusional, and that in material reality, I was getting attention. I said that. I was very plain about it. That there was women that wanted me, but I was prior to that I was. But there was a time previous to my growth and shit.
Prior to that, I'm saying in that period where you feel
like I was like
12.
I was like 12. I couldn't even be on Tinder, so I wouldn't even know.
Okay, man, I don't know what to fucking say to you if your like example of I was really an incel was I was 12. Like,
I was 12 when I was really an incel.
I know everybody's an incel when they're 12.
That's not true.
Dude, how many 12-year-olds do you know that are fucking? Sure, some kids.
No, I'm not talking. Yeah, that's what I mean. Obviously, not fucking, but like getting attention from women. That's obviously the context of what I was like. Come on, let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable.
When you were 16, were you an incel?
No.
Okay, my God, man. I actually am like pretty fucking offended by the fact that you're sitting there calling yourself an incel because you were 12 and you weren't getting attention from girls. It's fucking wild.
No, so the reason why I'm making these comparisons is because when we talk about incels, we talk about individuals that often cannot recognize certain social cues that enable them to be able to interact with women in a healthy manner, let alone a way to be able to get the kind of results that they want. And so that's what I'm referencing when I'm talking about me being an incel. I was a delusional incel, right? I was, but for the context of this conversation, I was not an incel. We have defined incel purely on whether or not I could have, in material reality, gotten sex. No, clear, I couldn't. I could.
Into this conversation was taking issue with you both saying I was an incel, which is something you said repeatedly up until this.
Yeah.
No women, or very, very, very few women, were incels. My point.
What's the contradiction with that?
My understanding of what you had described as your past experience, which sounds basically the same. I had thought you were saying that when you were 16 and 17 and 18, even though you were a little delusional, you were still essentially an incel.
Didn't I say several times that we are excluding delusion during this conversation?
My understanding during this conversation, literally up until this very moment, is you were saying that even at 16, 17, 18, if you had gone on Tinder, you would have gotten no attention.
Okay,
yeah,
so wait, do you not
get any sex? You would have failed.
Do you not remember when I said we're not including the Giga Chad that thinks that he doesn't get results? You don't remember me saying that?
You're the Giga Chad?
No, I don't. Wait, listen to what I'm saying. Please, for the love of God. Do you not remember when during this conversation I said, we're not talking about the Giga Chad that doesn't think that he gets results? Do you not remember me saying that?
I do.
Okay, why do you think I said that?
Well, so when you said you were a 6, I was excluding you from that. I thought you were giving like the classic example of like a 9 who thinks he's fucking horrible, right? I thought you were referencing
and why was I saying we should exclude that? Why?
Because they're delusional.
Right. And so if you knew that this whole time I was making arguments segmenting delusional people, then why are you surprised at the end when
said that you had no social skills, you needed to go to the gym, you needed to take care of your hygiene, you needed to do all these things. My point to you is, had you done none of that, you still could have gone on Tinder and found a girl who would have messaged you. And it sounded like you were saying...
I literally said I did. I said women in my school were asking me out. What do you mean? I literally said women in my school.
You said women in my school were not asking
Yeah, you're
me.
right. You're right. You're hitting on me. Asking men out the way women do. All right, women
Okay,
don't
so
ask men out the way women do.
understanding was that you were saying that you had gotten some minor signs and that you were delusional because you didn't realize that if you put in a little bit of effort, you could actually do okay. And my point to you was, there are a lot of women who are in much worse situations than you were in, or even if they put in a lot of effort, they're still having a fucking terrible time.
But that's not, that has nothing to do with my claim that incels, that being incapable of having sex is a far greater group for men than it is for women. Because we sexually objectify women. So even if you're fucking hideous, there can be a lot of women who can have sex because we objectify women for sex. And
where are
we
these
can,
hideous women who are getting sex? Can somebody point me to these people? Because I don't know them, and I've never seen these hideous women.
So have you never been to like the hood and seen like a prostitute on the side of a road that looks like she has like 9 different infections? I'm serious. No. I'm serious. Have you never seen some shit like that, like a crack whore?
Yeah, dude, I've seen crack
Have you?
whores. Like,
Okay, so do you think that they just don't get laid?
Dude, if you
niggas pay her to fuck her, you know that, right?
Yeah, and they are not the most unattractive women I've seen. They're never that unattractive.
Are you? Okay, all right.
Do you think they're the bottom 10% of women?
A crack, bro. I don't. Are you? Maybe I'm not talking about crack cocaine. Okay, I'm talking about like crack, fucking. Or I'm not talking about powder cocaine. I'm talking about crack cocaine.
I know.
Okay, I'm talking about crack cocaine. That shit fucks you, bro. Like I've seen niggas with like fucking worms in their hair, fucking getting into cars with dudes. Like, bro, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Okay, if you want to give me the example that they're like these super fucking extreme cases were extremely unattractive.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Crack whores are a thing. There are millions of them, probably hundreds of thousands. I shouldn't say millions. There's probably hundreds of thousands of them all over the fucking world, right? There's people like that, people that are drugged up, that fucking look insane or whatever, that people pay to have sex with them. Okay, it happens. That shit happens. I don't know.
I don't want to just fight with you about incels. Like, I'd love to hear your opinion about midterms. Like, I'll leave so you can go back to talking about this shit. Like, I think I'm like excited to hear your take on the midterms and shit. I just think that there's like more women who are struggling a lot more with this than I think you're giving them credit for.
Do you think there's it comes down to the disagreement that you think that there's greater than a 3 to 5% of women that cannot, no matter what they do at the moment, not talking development wise, but at the moment, have sex.
Yeah, dude, 1.5% of the population is schizophrenic. There are a lot of people who are fucked up.
Bro, if crazy chicks get mad dick, what are you talking about?
Oh my god, she's having hallucinations and freaking out, literally. Like, schizophrenia is literally insane. Dude, what the...
Wait, you don't literally think that, like, chicks with serious mental illnesses don't get laid, right?
To be clear, I used an extreme example. No, I know plenty of chicks with, like, even BPD who, like, do just fine. I'm saying that there is a plenty of people who are fucked up in plenty of different ways.
Are you talking... I'm not talking... Wait, just to be clear, I'm not talking about if you're too fucked up mentally to be able to properly engage with another human being to have sex with them. I'm talking about whether or not...
There are a bunch of fucked up people who are way overbeat,
so
way deformed, way fucked up in like a billion different ways that like they are equivalently incels. And if you want to get into extraordinary fine distinctions where there are situations in which they could technically get sex, that's true. I'm saying that's not, I think, an intelligent way to have the conversation.
So
kind of no reason.
Cool. What % of women would you say no man would fuck them?
Literally no man would fuck them?
Yep. Because that's what we're talking about.
Like 3%, and I'd say literally no woman would fuck them is probably 5% for men. I think the actual group of men who
How are you saying this?
Wait, pause for a second. Not that they can get easy attention to get fucked, but that literally no woman would fuck them. 5%.
What are you talking about, man? You think that of the
absolute? I'm saying an absolute's a very strong statement.
What do you even? So first off, you gave the same number as me, 3% for women. So, what's your deal? What's your issue?
Saying your absolute's extremely strong, and so if you want to lose,
nigga, you're fighting me on 3%. When I say women can't get, there's like an incalculably small amount of women that can choose to not get laid. You're fighting me on 3%. Are you serious?
Between men and women, I'm not fighting you on absolute numbers. Relative numbers are what I'm fighting.
And you really think there's only you?
Infinitesimally small compared to men. I'm saying there's a substantial population of women compared to the population of men that have this experience. It's not.
That's you are crazy, bro.
It is significant. And you're excluding them
crazy, bro.
No evidence, but this assumption that like,
dude, you have no evidence. You have no the evidence that I have plays more favorably to my narrative, that it's twice as much, if not more, which is the evidence showing that 30% of men are either virgins or haven't had sex in the last year, and only 18% of women are. Right? So your discrepancy
the same is 3 to 4 times is what you've referenced when you've given estimates. So that evidence I have not seen from you. The evidence I have is I know girls who are actually in this position.
No, you're lost. God, I don't, bro, this is why niggas need to take a stats class. You don't understand that when we talk about virginity, it's not just people that can't get laid. Obviously, there's going to be an overrepresentation of women. Those numbers are going to be overrepresented by socialization. There's going to be more men that are having sex than would normally otherwise do, because we are socialized that our value is through fucking women. So there should be more men that are choosing to not be engaging in that activity, and there should be less women who are virgins, because we socialize women out of being promiscuous. That's something that we do.
I literally did policy. What the fuck are you talking about? You can't tell me what those numbers actually are. So you're making a whole bunch of generalizations about things that like probably will adjust the numbers, but you have no fucking clue how much.
So then we just let's just agree. You think 5% of men can't get laid right now? That 5% of men can't get laid right now.
What do you like? The description of can't get laid is a really amorphous.
Okay, within 2 weeks, 3 weeks of trying to get laid, they cannot get. Of trying to get laid, trying to go on Tinder, trying to do that.
If I took any of these guys to a bar and you gave me 5 nights a week with him, a couple hours at that bar.
Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not talking about buying a PUA course. I'm talking about living your fucking life, nigga. I'm talking about going to school. I'm talking about going to a fucking grocery store. I'm not talking about buying a goddamn Fresh and Fit course.
The 3% number I give you is the same stipulations for the women. That I'd take them to a bar and have them have conversations with people. Exactly the same reference of what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about living your goddamn life. I'm talking about doing you. I'm talking about breathing air. I'm talking about ass meets grass, you doing you.
Opportunity to have sex?
Yeah, women will, yeah. What do you mean? You don't think so? You don't, hold on. You don't think in school, you don't think while women are in school, they're not going to come across opportunities to have sex?
Dude, what % of women do you think are in school?
What do you mean? Almost all of them have gone through school. I'm talking about throughout somebody's life. What are you talking about?
Are you talking about college or high school?
We can talk about either. We can literally talk about either.
Okay, if you're talking about a high school student, dude, fucking everybody's getting attention, and frankly, no,
everybody's getting attention in high school, nigga? Who are you? Who are you talking to?
Any kind of attention. You keep giving.
You're crazy. You are crazy.
Are you saying legitimate
attention? You are crazy, nigga. You are crazy. You think everybody's getting attention in fucking high school?
Dude,
all right, then take it back. Run it back. Run it back.
Conversation that they end.
Run it back.
They thought it was positive and experienced it well. I don't know what to say to you. Everybody has a tiny, tiny bit of something. It's a scale.
Okay. Sure, buddy. I think I'm done.
Man, I don't think you know these women. and I think you're speaking very strongly that they don't exist. And I just think
statistically speaking, I do not believe that we're
You do not have that evidence. You have
yeah,
an
no
18%
shit, I
number,
don't.
no idea
Yeah,
the
no shit.
actual
Yeah,
percent under it.
no shit, I don't. Neither do you. Neither do you, niggas. So what do you mean?
Very true. So all I have here is I can look at the statistics and then I can adjust based on the people I actually know.
No, you ain't got no. You ain't got no stats. You didn't even come with. I came with those stats. You didn't even come with no stats. I came with the stats. All right, so we're getting that straight.
Right? I'm Indian.
Okay.
Statistics before?
Yeah, I imagine you probably have. You just didn't check the statistics relevant to this. No, because you didn't bring up anything.
Okay, man, I didn't come here with like pre-planned Pew studies. Just because I didn't come here with pre-planned Pew studies doesn't mean I haven't looked over numbers like these and have some idea.
So hold on. So if you don't have any numbers that you can run off the dome, then you're running with the same thing that I'm running with, which is just straight up our vibes. We don't have the numbers.
You also know people.
That's a vibe. What are you talking about? You think I know? You think just because I know a black guy that hates other black dudes and is like, I don't know, a fucking in the Klan or something, that I just, oh yeah, all black people are in the Klan. It's a vibe, bro. That's your anecdotal. That's your anecdote, bro. Those are anecdotes.
Do you know how case studies work?
Yeah. Why?
Because some case studies you can not generalize properly. Some case studies you can generalize better.
Nigga, your life you can't generalize.
Actively struggling with, you can look at and say, here are the things that she's pretty clearly struggling with, and say, what are her sexual opportunities? I can generalize that a whole lot better than it can a black guy in the fucking KKK.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yes, you absolutely
no,
can.
you can. No, hold on. No. It depends on what you're generalizing. Yeah, like you can't just do Even if it seems intuitive, you have to correspond it with the material reality around you. You can be surrounded. No, you can be surrounded with 10 dudes that get laid all the time and think that shit's how everything works. That's absolutely the reality for a lot of people, is where they'll be around normal people and they'll think that being an incel is fucking weird. That's how I think a lot of this incel hate has developed, is a lot of people just being normal around other normal people. And that's how this shit develops. You can't just generalize just because if it's intuitively okay.
Dude, to be clear, I think we disagree on this. I love your opinions in general. I think this is a bad take. I don't want to take up any more of your chat's time or your time, so like I'm gonna head out. But I think that like you don't know this population of people, and I think you're speaking really, really strongly with more confidence than I think you should be.
Okay. Well, it seems like we both believe that this group of people is the same percentage of the population. The only thing that you seem to take issue with is me saying it's an insignificant amount of women.
I'm saying that relative to other men, it's much higher than you're saying.
That is, yeah, and I think that is laughably insane.
I think you're saying it's 3 to 4 times.
Wait, before you go,
1.5 to 2.
Before you go, do you believe that women will tend to only fuck the men they are willing to date?
They're much more overlapping categories, but not quite.
That's crazy.
I'd say it's like 80% essentially versus
men. I could.
Right?
Whereas men, it's what? How much? How?
Like
huh?
Like 20 or 30%.
Okay. So do you not think that caters more to my argument that there would that there would obviously be a crazy amount more women that men would be willing to fuck because they are willing to fuck them but not date them? They're uggos, but they're not like, so ugly that I can't fuck them. But they're obviously too ugly to date. So there would be a lot more men that would be willing to fuck those women in comparison to the women that are willing to fuck those men because of that 80% overlap. Well, I don't want to fuck that uggo guy because I'm also not willing to date that uggo guy.
Sorry, your chat's just shitting on me, which is fair. I've been here for way too long. I think that logic is sensible. I don't think the numbers end up working out. I definitely agree with you that percent. I just think the bar for like where that cutoff is higher than you think it is. Like, I think guys see a 3 or below, and generally the cutoff starts to hit there. And for some guys,
I think it completely depends on what they look like.
1.5. But a 1.5 is still 15% of the fucking population.
No, maybe we would disagree on that because I don't believe that's the case. But I understand that's how the numbers would end up working. I think most women are above average, and that has to do with makeup. I think if you look at a room full of 100 women, you're going to find them over a 5. You're going to find them more attractive than just like a normal woman. And that's because they have enhancements like makeup. And so I think women are getting progressively more attractive. And I don't agree with the idea that if every woman looks like a supermodel, like in the next 10 years, that's going to be a 5. I don't think that's how humans work. If we see every woman with perfect proportions, perfect fucking facial symmetry and shit, I don't think we're going to look at all of them and go, oh, well, you're average, you're a 5. I don't think that's how human attraction works. I think women are more attractive on average than a 5. With shit like that.
Okay. I don't. I'm trying to think about it for a second. I mean, that just depends on like what you're describing as the scale or the meaningful scale.
Yeah. I feel like this is a pretty. I think most women are more attractive than a 5 because of things like makeup.
The average person of both genders to be a 5. If you're saying that like a woman who's a 5 can happen to do a lot better than a guy's.
Well, no. Do you see the flaw? Do you see the flaw with that? Let's assume tomorrow every woman looked like an incredibly cut, like genetic perfection of a model. You would start saying that they're 5s. That's not how. So right. So that's not how human. Right. So that's not how humans work.
Very odd.
It's not it's just a simple thought process.
How do you think the scale works then? Like, what would you say is the average woman?
I would say the average woman is, I mean, at least for me, a woman without makeup. That is average.
Wait, what?
Like a woman without makeup or enhancements, that's average. Like a woman that isn't
You would
really
say that's a 5.
I would say that's a 5. I would say like the average woman without makeup, without enhancements. I think when they put makeup on, I'm not going to go, well, now you're a 5. That doesn't make any fucking sense. They have better facial symmetry with the...
It's not a 5 because the average woman has makeup and enhancements.
Correct. So it's very simple. The average woman improves her appearance. And therefore, I believe the average woman is becoming a higher up on the out of 10 scale to be attractive. You understand?
Dude, I'm going to be entirely honest with you. I don't really care about this scale thing, and I don't even think you care about this scale thing. I know you care about midterms. I've listened to you talk about politics. You're very thoughtful. I'd love to hear your opinion on politics. This is not an argument that I think we're getting into, like...
It wasn't even an argument. I was just stating something
I can accept that. Like, I'd probably want to think about that a little more. That kind of makes sense. Like, I can understand where you're coming from there.
The reason why I'll just touch on it for one moment and then we can move on. Cool. The reason why I like to set that up is because otherwise I think we get in a very dangerous situation of having women have a race to the bottom that is necessarily happening, where no matter how much effort, as long as women as a whole put in more and more effort into their appearance, we just recognize that as being the norm and normal. When they're putting 5 hours of work into their hair, into their makeup, into their fucking appearance, and they're clearly above average because they're dramatically improving the way that they look in comparison to what they would typically expect, right? I think
women probably gain a point, maybe a point and a half on average when they like doll themselves up fully. And I think on average they probably do like a half point better based on the amount of makeup that you do like on a daily basis. Maybe a point, sure.
Yeah, and then so therefore I would say that women are higher on average on the attractiveness scale. And I don't think that the attractiveness scale is just going to infinitely increase because of the supermodel analogy. Because if every woman looked like a supermodel, we wouldn't go like, oh yeah, you're a 5. We wouldn't do that. We'd be like, wow, you're no, there would be adjustment. There would be adjustment, of course.
But if we rescaled like everybody who's under, let's say a 5 is actually exactly average, and we took everybody under a 5 and brought them all the way up to 5, and then like everybody like equivalently like proportionally higher on the scale. You squeeze the scale up from 0 to 10 to 5 to 10, you would see that like essentially a 7.5 would begin being treated as a 5. Maybe like a 6.
I don't agree with that.
It would absolutely scale down.
I think it would scale, but I don't think it would scale up. I don't think it would scale perfectly. I think it would scale down, but I don't think
it wouldn't scale perfectly.
Okay, yeah, because I was gonna say I don't think we're just gonna go like, oh yeah, if you have a supermodel physique in like 2035, like whatever. I don't think that's just gonna happen. it
think
might.
the crux
But
of this conversation is just like, is there a population of women who are really struggling with sex in like a very substantial way that I think is equivalent to like most people who consider themselves to be incels? Absolutely. If you're talking about the tiny population of people who really struggle, I still think it's probably double for men, like who like have zero shot. Probably like 5 or 8% for women, probably like 15 or maybe 20% for men. No, 10 to 20, I'm not exactly sure. But probably 10.
okay, I could shake hands with that, sure, but
I'm more objecting to the fact that you are saying that there are essentially no femcells, and you're like taking a really specific linguistic definition here to bring that around. But if we take the way people refer to incels generally, there are lots of femcells, and we should absolutely include them. And more importantly, the reason I'm saying this is in part because I think a fuck ton of demonization happens of incels because they're considered to only be men. And so if we expand the category and start thinking of like, oh no, there are actually plenty of people who are struggling with this, I think the way these people will be treated is significantly better.
That might be true, but I don't care to necessarily play into that because essentially what you're saying at that point is that they're going to get treated better because people also have women in that category. And I don't care for that. I want to push against that kind of idea that we need to incorporate women into issues that might almost exclusively present in male socialization in the life of being a man as a means to an end. I think that we should be able to.
I disagree with. It is not almost exclusive to men. It really fucking isn't.
That's crazy, yeah. Okay.
All right, man. Have a nice rest of your day. Look forward to listening to you talk about midterms.
Yep. See you. Oh, hold on. Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We were having a one-on-one conversation. I don't like dragging people into one-on-ones.
Oh man, I just wanted to rebut like the whole like the invisibility for men and the invisibility for women is so different. Like it is like you can see it in like Tinder stats. Like a mid guy will usually get 3 tops, and a mid woman would.
You're very, very quiet.
Getting...
Can you get closer to your mic or something?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Is that better?
Yeah. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, you gotta agree on that, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
like...
literally women swipe. What is it, like 5% of the time, whereas like men swipe, like was it 50% of the time or something?
Yeah, like there's isn't there like TikToks of like dudes just having like a hand rotating, just swiping right, just so that he can increase his chances? That just won't work. Like,
well, I think the whole point was supposed to be that we wanted more concrete data and shit than or as much anecdotal. It was pretty much a battle of the anecdotes. That's what these things turn into. Like which one whose narrative relates more with somebody's lived experience.
Yes, but I feel like he's coming from an experience of like not feeling invisible. Like you can tell like the way he was speaking, like he doesn't seem like, even in high school he said like there was people who were not invisible, like there was no guys who didn't feel invisible. I was like, wait, what?
I thought that shit was weird. I'm assuming they don't believe that, and they would probably take that back. I'm assuming they would.
Yeah, and like as soon as you leave high school, as soon as you leave like,
because I would argue that dudes I would argue easily 20% of men in high school are invisible. Easily.
True.
Easily.
True.
So
like,
easily.
And that increases as soon as they get out of high school.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, I mean, okay, or maybe after college. It's like the people you're around are only going to be like, what, work?
Yeah, I think it depends. I would have to look at the information about how many people self-improve after high school, during high school, and shit like that. Because I think of that 20%, like I said, like 15+% of them can self-improve their way into having decent rates.
And the other 5% are just no-go zones?
No, I think they probably can have like a girlfriend or two, but it's going to take them like a year or two to find a girlfriend. of hard, dedicated looking, searching, and whatever
True.
shit. I think that's probably true.
All right, I do have a question though. Like, what is the difference in issues between incels and femcells? Because I think there is a difference.
I think the difference is femcells often can't get, like I said with the girl, femcells can't get the right guy. And the way that the right guy comes off as if they're being picky, they're not. I think often femcells are not being picky. They're asking for really bare minimum stuff. These are your obese women, which obese women get just trashed in society. So I mean, these are your unfortunately, these are your women who are rejected quite dramatically, and they're just the feeling that nobody is like gonna love you or like you for the way that you are. It can be very, very, it can feel very bad. I'm actually gonna go off on a bit of a rant. I got a DM from somebody, and he said something that I myself have felt on my progress up, and I kind of wish I had talked about this with the caller before. It's on my way up, I started to develop a bit of a bitterness about
Sorry, before you go on, when did you change? Like,
when did I say?
Like, when you said you were when you said you were until at 12, I was like, this is like, bro, like everybody like starts improving at 12. That's when puberty is like,
I know, true. I was talking primarily from like the social ability and shit like that.
Okay.
When I started improving, was when pretty much like 18, 19, and it was more of improving my social capabilities and understanding, oh shit, women are into me. When I started improving, I started noticing treatment of other men around me that made me kind of bitter. And I know women, I said this before a long time ago, and I'm really amazed that there isn't more women who are like black-pilled, because it feels bad and it makes me frustrated that I am improving my fashion, I'm improving the way that I carry myself, my skincare, my hair, everything, and so many people are treating me so differently. And it's not even just women, it's men, right? It's everyone is treating me so much better, so much differently. And it's fucking infuriating that that's what it takes, that I have to do this. I have to appear better for people to treat me more humanely. Obviously, this difference, especially with physical appearance, is going to manifest itself more for women than it will for men. Like, as you become more attractive as a woman, it's going to become. But yeah, I got like somebody messaged me like, yo, dude, this shit feels crazy. Like that, like I did go from like 0 to hero, but I'm kind of upset because now other people that were treating me like shit ain't treating me like shit anymore. And it's like kind of annoying that this is what
you have this feeling like you didn't deserve it.
Right. And so, yeah, it makes it that kind of a feeling, but it's also the feeling of like, it makes it feel like the other people are not good people, because it's like, well, you only started liking me the moment I started physically appearing better. I didn't change anything about my personality. I just started appearing better. And
well,
so
I don't know. I think it's like, well, you know, like in how the world works, perception is like really important.
So that's what
everybody like the first impression is the most like important impression. So like, I guess the book, like the adage like don't judge a book by its cover is not really, you know, respected by everyone, because we do judge people by how they
exactly. And so that was kind of the thought process that like riles me, as much as it sucks, because it does suck to be like, well, people now care about your personality. People didn't care about your personality before. Didn't care to know you enough or talk to you enough to know your personality. Now they do. That's kind of annoying. That's kind of frustrating. But you temper that a bit with the fact that you do that to other people. Everybody does that to other people. And it's the fact that in some ways, it kind of does make a bit of sense, because you are taking care of yourself. That is a choice that you're making. When you dress better, when you groom better, these are active choices that you're taking time out of your day to do, and you're showing intent with these things. So it does make it's not entirely vacuous. It makes some kind of sense. But yeah, that was a rant over. The real difference that I think is there between femcells and incels is that they're different steps on the ladder. So incels are on the step where you feel invisible because no woman is willing to fuck you or date you. Femcells are on the next rung of that ladder, kind of. Men kind of step over this because of what men are treated with, where they're like, people are willing to sexually objectify you, but they aren't willing to date you or respect you. And that can be such a mindfuck, especially as you're getting out of that, because you might feel like there's a dude that genuinely likes you for you, right? But then as soon as they get sex, they run. Because dudes will say whatever they gotta say to get sex.
Just to get sex,
yeah. And so you're gonna think, so it's really bad for women on that. So I feel for them in that regard. Which is worse? It completely depends on the person.
I feel like that's the thing that he was missing in your conversation. It was just like, you guys are like passing each other. I think like he wasn't able to grasp the fact that, you know, being unseen and being seen but by the wrong people is different.
It's a markedly different thing. For me, so I'm gonna address it because I feel like I'm implying that because I feel like being invisible sounds better than being visible by the wrong people. So allow me to explain why I actually prefer being a dude in this arrangement. Is because there's no ambiguity. It's the moment that a woman is willing to fuck me, I know she kind of vibes with me. I could probably date her. I could probably do. There is no confusion. There's no ambiguity. If she isn't willing to go out or go out with me or fuck me, then she is not willing to date me. There's no ambiguity, no weirdness. That is generally true. If she's not willing to fuck me, she's not willing to. Now, it doesn't have to be on the first date.
It's generally true because like there are some women who, you know, just fuck around to fuck around.
Yeah, of course. I mean well, I think that you can fuck around to fuck around and still be like, here. Maybe I need to change my language. I'm not saying willing to date as in they're looking for a partner, but they often, when women vet men, right, for who they're sleeping with, they vet them in a similar way to what they would to whether or not they think that they're like a creep or whatever. And if you don't meet those criteria, where you're not a creep and whatever, or sorry, if you do meet the criteria where you're not a creep and shit, and then you're attractive enough to fuck, then you're probably attractive enough that if they were looking to date somebody, you would be on the list. Maybe not first on the list, but you'd be on the list. That's my, I think that's generally true. And so there's a lot less ambiguity being a man, right? Because if she doesn't flirt with me, she doesn't vibe with me, I know what it is. I know where I stand. But as a woman, it's completely different. Completely different. You have no idea who just wants to fuck.
Motives.
Yeah, you have no idea.
Yeah,
so I prefer being a man because I know where I stand. I know where I stand with a woman.
Sure.
So I personally would rather be invisible and then build my way up. And then when I am visible, I know that it's genuine attention rather than being a woman.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the genuineness because like guys trying to get sex is, you don't know if they're being genuine or not.
Yeah, and there's no way to know. That like
True.
It's an impossible thing to do, and that's why you have these women like saying like, oh yeah, I'm going to sure, rookie, you can join one of the call rooms. That's why you have these women saying like, oh yeah, I make them wait like 3 weeks before I have sex because it's a terrible method. Like, but it's one of the only things that you can do.
It's a self-protection method.
Yeah,
though.
it's one of the only things you can do. You can't do much else. Right. So, you know, you might as well try what you can do, and that's one of the things you can do. Rookie, what's up?
Hey, I just have a question. There, you said that it was better that because it was no ambiguity between what you dealt with and what women have to deal with when going into like the dating market or whatever, right?
Yeah. So as a man, there's significantly less ambiguity. Yeah, when it comes to dating, than I feel like there is for women.
Okay. Would you say that's like a better like outcome? Was that better than what
for
women
me?
Have to deal with?
For me, I think it is a person-to-person thing. I think some people really need the validation of somebody wanting to fuck them, even if it's not the right person. I think some people really need that. And so some people might prefer the women's, the way women's shit is set up. But I, as a dude, I don't care that much about women wanting to fuck me. What I care more about is knowing people's intentions with me. That's what I care more about, is knowing what I'm getting myself into.
Yeah. Question: is my mic good, or is there any problems with it?
There's no problems.
Okay.
You're good, bro.
Just a thing about that specifically is that do you think that they're with women going through what they're going through right now? Would you say that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It gives them more social experience. What do you mean? Oh, I see. Word. My Discord. Hold on, my audio my audio broke apparently. For some reason. Hold on. Oop. Thank you. Wait, what? Wait, it literally just it just disabled. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I got it. It didn't disable it. It was because it wasn't set up on the scene. That's what it was. All right. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Add existing Discord. All right. Should be good now. All right, continue.
All right. What was I saying exactly?
You were talking about women getting more practice with social development than men.
Weeding out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think it's just that the benefits comparatively to what we would deal with is that yes, we may not. They may not understand that. Oh, like this is only for sexual value comparatively to like relationship value, but and also we get to be able to develop skills outside of our looks beforehand. I would say most likely because most guys I would say have to become funny first before they can become interesting or handsome, I guess, because you're growing into that age. Or charming, I guess. But the thing is, like especially when I would say like maybe like around like 14, 15, when you're like going through as a freshman, women they have more of a necessary advantage when it comes to like just experience with dealing with the opposite sex. So a lot of the time I would say guys have the issue when it comes into like relationships that they get either played or they don't understand why certain things happen in relationships or let's say
but I think women get played at a similar rate. I feel like women are
they get played at a similar rate, but it's at different times of their lives though.
I don't think so.
I would say I think at just different points in a relationship, because like guys can play early on, girls can probably play later, because like a girl wouldn't even let you in the door if she knows you're full of shit.
That's
right, but the thing is,
true.
she's able to understand what's bullshit, even if it's like a subconsciously kind of way. Where us as men, we're just happy that someone's talking to us.
Wait,
like,
why are they able to tell what's bullshit?
Like,
is that like
they're able.
intuition?
I think it's like due to having to deal with it for an earlier period of time, like being able to see what is corny early on, like let's say in like middle school or high school.
Oh, I see. Because
I guess
because they have an earlier experience, right? Is that what you're saying? Is because they have more experience on it?
I think that's agreeable logically. I think the problem is it's often just not how it plays out. I think dudes tend to be more deceptive with their intentions than women do.
I would say that's where it comes into where they're able to weed out like the weak or like the inexperienced, but like the experienced ones, I guess that's where it becomes like an issue where it's they're able to trick them better. I guess I don't know.
If I had to guess, I feel like men and women get played at similar levels, and if they don't, it would maybe be women getting played more, just
or maybe
because,
like differently.
Well, they definitely get played differently, 100%. Like dudes will get played by going on dates and having to pay for it when the woman has no intention of like making. That's how dudes get played. Women will get played by like, me telling them that they're the most beautiful woman in the world, take them out on a date or whatever, tell them that they're the only girl for me, and then fuck them, then leave them. That's
yes, that is one way, but you're forgetting there's another way, like through the relationships where they understand how to be able to, not I would say manipulate, but like get what they would like to have in the relationship, or like have like either like winning, or like winning, not winning, but like just winning fights. I would say, like where they're able to understand, okay, this guy likes me for whatever so and so reason. I think it's just when it comes down to like relationships, they have better understandings because they deal with it much earlier or differently than what men do.
I wouldn't say they have more understanding. I would say they have more experience.
Yeah, I think I agree with Val there. I think they have more experience. I don't think they have more understanding, and that's not because they obviously you would expect them to go hand to hand. But I think the difference is men's game evolves a lot more than women's does. So while women do have a lot of experience with it, they don't have as much understanding about men's game because it evolves a lot over a period of time. Whereas women stay pretty basic in their shit. They aren't like, I don't feel like women have, maybe this is just sexist for me, I don't feel like women are very manipulative as much as men are in dating. I feel like it's a lot more straightforward, unless you get like friend dated.
Wait, can you repeat that one more time?
I don't know.
I feel like women are not as manipulative or savvy about their manipulation as men are when it comes to dating.
I think in an initial part of the relationship, there are there's less manipulation.
Oh, sure. Maybe late. Yeah.
Then a guy's manipulation.
I guess I'm referring to the initiation of a relationship.
Yeah, I think it's like it's the way where it's reversed when it comes into like between like sexual like proclivity and then like fate, like relationship wise. I think is like, I think that the experience or the skill level is like flipped, where in a relationship the man is much more what's it called, straightforward, or just like not as manipulative when it comes into that. But it's the opposite when it goes into like the initial part. I believe that's true.
Yeah.
But you're saying specifically though that you despite what you've dealt with, like especially knowing the knowledge that how important looks matter, at least when it comes to like dating, that you still would rather go through that again than going through what women have to go through, where it's more ambiguous, correct?
Yeah. I like knowing where I stand. I like knowing where I am. I don't like, it's easier to get data. That's what it is.
Is it
like
truly though where you stand though? I don't know if that's really true.
I think it is. I think when I see women flirting with me IRL, or doing, flirting the way women flirt IRL, I think that is usable, tangible a lot more than if I was a woman seeing men flirt with me IRL.
Wait. I think
how is it more tangible though?
Because I would be able to tell that there's more women who find me attractive at a higher rate to the point of being able to date me. Because more often than not, these women are probably going to be willing to engage in some kind of date that could result in a relationship, more than men that might just be in it solely for sex.
Well, but
wait, hold on. Hold on. I think you guys are talking past each other. I think like he's talking. Rookie is talking apart in a relationship. Like sometimes you don't know what they're trying to do, as to where Ahrelevant saying is like initial part of the relationship. They know that like they know what you're like, that you're valued.
I wouldn't say that exactly. I just want to understand exactly like his like original like position going through, like, but like
I think his original position is like basically like from the get go, the girl has validated you as somebody possible of dating.
Yep.
But it's just not just that. It's just that the benefits of the way that his progression going forward is better than what women in general have to go through, I think.
Just to be clear, it's for me personally because it's easier to collect data. So one of the things that I do is like personal data. One of the things that I do is I go outside and I like to see how people treat me. And I need people to make distinct differences that are controlled and calculated so that way I can understand whether or not I'm doing something good or bad. So an example of this is when I wore my infamous green turtleneck, right, that has all the weird patterns on it. I wore it to TwitchCon a couple of times, and on stream a couple of times. I always get compliments on this, right? I always get compliments on this. People say that it looks good on me. I've had, men and women compliment me on this IRL, right? And I felt like I've gotten more favorable attention from women. I think these are really good signs that I'm moving in the right direction. If I was a woman, these would be a little bit more ambiguous if they were coming from men, because it could be maybe this dude is just horny, maybe this dude is whatever. But it's far more likely as a man that if a woman is approaching me and saying you look good, like nigga, that you made it, right? Like you know what I'm saying?
I think it bolsters your self value. I don't know if you can tell her intentions from it.
I think it is far easier to tell a woman's intentions in that moment than it is a man's, because of the ambiguity of sex being in the mix. Whereas it's just a higher likelihood that's just because not only that, but it's also just less common for women to give compliments to men. So when
I
a
don't
man,
think so. Not in our generation as much. I don't think so.
Damn,
depends
you
on
are living. Okay,
depends on where you are, bro.
I completely that's insane. I think
I guess
women
maybe I don't know. I think it's the issues that I think if when women do.
Women do not approach men. I don't know where you niggas are from, but women do not approach men ever.
Well,
that does
ever.
not happen.
I don't think it's ever, but
like that shit does not happen.
Like I would go to a library and a guy would be walking up to a girl and saying, "Hey, you look good," but you wouldn't see that the other way around unless it's in like a bar or a place.
Well,
that's
yeah,
elite
not
or
obviously,
social.
but I think there's social signals that. I mean, I think it's the opposite way. Are you expecting every woman to just come up to a man? I don't think that's the way, but I think it's like choosing.
Oh, you're talking
signals,
about
things
flirt.
like that.
Well, I think that
flirting in general.
Sure,
that's
sure,
what I was talking
yeah,
about.
then yeah,
It may not happen specifically to me, but like I do know that other men have it.
I was talking about more of like giving overt compliments. Like I don't think women do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think women compliment men as much as men compliment women, because it's more direct. I think women will do more things like staring at you. They'll do more things like that, kind of smiling at you. I think that's what more women will do in comparison to...
Like women will be approached more by men than the other way around. That's just...
Staring is so... That's kind of funny the way you put it, just staring at you. But, yeah, no, I mean, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Like, overt, like, flirtations to try to get in, like, hey, yo, what's going on? How you like, to feel you out. I don't know. I think that only truly happens when the choosing signals aren't, like, at all, like, noticeable. Like, let's say Ahrelevant, like, let's say you're walking in a different direction, they can't really tell. They may come up to you to say something. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I want to address something somebody said in chat. I'm talking about random women, not like
friends or whatever.
Yeah, friends. I'm talking about random women. But either way, that's my thought process. Whether or not the thought process actually meets reality, something else. That's my thought process for why I like being a dude, and I think it's more favorable for what I want to do as a dude. Whereas it feels like for women, you don't really know why a dude is approaching you. There's more ambiguity, I feel like. And so I prefer the less ambiguous, more controlled environment.
Would you recommend this at all for anybody to go, like, try to first develop like skills outside of a relationship before just physically like becoming better versions of yourself? I don't know.
I think everybody should self-improve. I think everybody should self-improve probably before you get in a relationship.
Right, but I would say which would be more effective in the beginning? Develop social skills first, or physical traits better first?
Way more social skills. Social skills. They're easier to develop. Well, they're not. No, depends on the person. It's been rather easy for me, but it definitely depends on the person. But you can do them simultaneously. I'm doing them simultaneously. Social skills, I think, though, is the reason I give it is because I think it's the thing most men are lacking is social skills. I think, I think of the 30% of men who haven't had sex, I think a vast majority of them haven't had sex because of social skills.
Okay, so it's not truly specifically about the physical traits. It's more of just how they interact with the opposite.
Oh yeah, almost every incel I have ever met isn't that bad looking that they shouldn't be able to have sex.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's for me. That's
I guess the ones that are, I don't know.
You might have met other incels, but most of the incels I've met, Elliot Rodger was this way, the UK shooter guy was this way, the fucking Canadian guy was this way, the fucking all of these, especially the.
I guess the type of incels that I usually attribute the way I think of incels is people that look maybe like a Destiny, but with 100 more pounds or 60 more pounds.
I mean, then legitimately, then you're gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough for you, but. I mean, you can lose weight. That's going to be my advice at that point. Develop socially and lose weight.
I think it's good. I think it's good to tackle both because, again,
well,
what
yeah,
I said
obviously,
earlier,
tackle
your first.
Both,
No, I mean, with what you're saying is they already judge you before talking to you, so you can't even get to the social skills without working on your appearance. So you need to get a foot in the door.
That's not true. You can have a foot in the door by just being able to be interesting first.
No, it depends. It depends.
Harder.
It depends on the setting, but I would potentially disagree. I think if you're talking about with random people, if you're talking about in a more natural sense, of course, because in a more natural sense, they're probably going to be your classmate. They're probably going to be your coworker or something that they're going to kind of have to talk to you or be around you. So that makes more sense. But
social skills would be important.
Yeah, but either way, social skills are important because even if you don't get a date, it's really good for everything else in life.
Well, yeah, I mean, even if it's just meeting new people in general, if you have more experience with dealing with the most nerve-wracking situations that you personally have to deal with, talking to women, it'd be much easier to be able to talk to some random stranger afterwards.
Exactly.
I think that's something that ABBA specifically said. You have to talk to just as many women as possible in the beginning to try to get a comfortable feeling of being around women. But yeah, I don't know. The situation though that I find myself thinking of is the grass is always greener on the other side. What if I was the type of person that was always just a desired from the beginning, like a woman was, and seeing how that worked. And I do have a sister that was that type of a person that I've seen. And while at first I was so oh my god, there's so many loser guys coming up to her. The thing is, she was able to choose from the beginning, so she's able to see and weed out the worst and avoiding the really big problems or situations oh, you fucked me over in certain situations. I think that's a more beneficial way of
I would
dealing with things from the beginning.
I would talk to your sister then and tell her what, or ask her what she feels. What did she say the downfalls were?
The biggest downfalls is that if you fuck up with a relationship or tries to go in a relationship with someone that is experienced with lying or manipulating in the beginning, then it is going to be much harder to be able to get out of that relationship, especially if you do something that is non-reversible, like having children. But if you're able to avoid just having that, if you have a strong moral function beforehand, I don't go through with certain things, then that could be mitigated for the most part. But the biggest issue that comes along with being able to choose first is that if you don't like certain attributes from the beginning, you immediately write off people, so you lose opportunities. But besides that, I mean,
I think there's a lot more give and take that relationship of how people obviously with the intention that you would get unwanted interactions and unwanted attention, unwanted comments, possible people, catcalling and shit like that. That I believe
but
women.
I guess the biggest issue is that coming from the position of never having it versus having it all the time. If you had to choose one, I understand the not having it at all, but at the same time, that's extremely lonely.
Well,
so
yeah,
you have to
no,
be very
I
strong in your mind.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm not trying to
both
say.
ends, actually.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that one is obviously superior to the other. And it can be whatever interpretation. But like not having it and having it, are we comparing like an average woman's experience then? Because I don't think a equivalent femcel woman is going to be having it happen to them all the time.
Well, I would argue that with the femcel situation, wouldn't that cause them to become a femcel? I guess like dealing with all these men and having them be like, yeah, no, all these men are terrible, and then they shut themselves out specifically, like they voluntarily do that.
No, a femcel would just be someone who is so unattractive or unappealing that most men are unwilling to date her. They're not in the date box, but they are in the fuck box.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. She'll still have a lot of time to be able to get in touch and deal with these men, though. I don't know.
Yeah, but these are men that have no desire to date her. Like you and I both.
Orbiters, orbiter people that just orbit around her for the possibility of that chance.
Like, no, I don't think that occurs with femcel women. You're talking about just for sex, or are you talking about for dating?
I think, yeah, at first it's sex, but that's the reason why femcells usually have like a wall or something like that to be able to vet that stuff out of. That's why there's usually like a orbit of men around them trying to see if they can be able to like push past that boundary. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, but none of them want to date her, so like that's the problem. Like,
well, are you sure about that?
Pretty, yeah. Well, that's the definition that we're drawing for femcel, and I think there are a lot of women who are I think you could take like
Fuckable,
a fair,
but not dateable.
Exactly. I think you could take a fair amount of obese women. I genuinely believe if you're a relatively thin woman, your chances of being okay, societally speaking, are like astronomical. Just being not obese or not overweight, kind of. I mean, again, it's really easy for a woman to be overweight and not have it even show at all. But not being obese and not being overweight, you're
or
already.
You mean like just aesthetically just pleasing in general? Like, because it could be just either
Well,
or.
no, I'm talking about that. But what I'm saying is I think obesity is one of the things that women are targeted for as being unattractive for women the most. And I think there's a lot of obese women. And so I think...
Well, I mean, it's hard for me to agree with that, though.
I also got like something like, is that like, this whole femcel situation is like, isn't that more so, I feel like, on the guy's part? Like, they're kind of the problem if they're...
if they're doing it in a predatory way, yeah. If they're doing it in a not upfront way. So like if I wanted to fuck a chick I was unwilling to date, we could go out on a date and then we could have sex and I could be like, hey, look, this just isn't working out, because you don't actually owe it to anybody when you go on a date with them to like be like, oh, I want a long-term relationship with you, or I don't want a long-term relationship with you. It would be good if people did that, but you don't owe it to the person to do that, because it's just it's a whole ethic thing. But if you are actively trying to say that you want a long-term relationship with them, or you're saying they're like incredibly beautiful or whatever, and you don't actually believe that, you're just trying to fuck them, then I mean,
well, how often are you like in a relationship trying to say I want to have an active long-term relationship? I don't think that's ever really spoken about.
Oh, it is
just through actions, right?
No, usually every dating app
guys
has
wanting sex will say shit like that.
As well as every dating app has like what you're looking for, a long-term relationship. I'm looking for whatever. Like most dating apps have you like fill out some kind of thing that says what are you looking for out of dating. It's a very common question to ask as well.
Yeah,
what are you
I don't
looking
do
for?
online dating in general. I don't
Yeah,
know about
so human to human, that's typically not the case. It's like, oh, hey, you want to grab a coffee, and that's what it is, and that's kind of where it starts and ends. But
yeah. But I would say though that femininity matters a lot more than looks. I would say because looks, I mean, guys would be willing to qualify almost anything just to be able to have sex, but afterwards, if you depending on how masculine or feminine you are, that would really turn either a guy on or off. Like I think relationship wise, right?
It could. It depends on what you mean by femininity, because there's a lot of.
If the intent of the guy is genuine, then yes. If it's not, which what is like the femcells are dealing with, then it doesn't.
Yeah, and I think
don't you agree that most guys don't fully understand whether or not if it's intentional or not, if it's only for sex, because a lot of the time they haven't dealt with it for a long time, like how to just know the difference between sexual pleasure and
I don't
relationship.
think so.
No, I think that a lot. No, I think a lot of dudes kind of know who they're gonna fuck and who they're gonna date. I think
I
a
don't
lot
think
of dudes.
so. I think that gets what's it called, muddied up a lot because
Lost in
people
the
who
sauce?
because they don't.
So I agree with you
like
from
nut
your
clarity and all that?
post nut clarity would have you thinking you made a mistake. That's what it would do.
True.
That you're gonna wake up and you're gonna think, fuck, dude, I just did this with this person. That's usually what ends up happening. So it's worse with post nut clarity usually. You feel a lot more confident during the fuck than after the fuck.
Okay, let me ask you this: have you ever had a moment in your life when you saw a woman and you convinced yourself that you wanted a relationship to be able to get to have sex?
What? No.
No.
Wait, say that again.
Okay.
Say that again.
So, have you ever in your life saw a woman and in order to be able to have sex, you convinced yourself that you wanted to have a relationship to be able to move in a certain direction or move in a certain way? Like you convinced yourself. No.
I'm assuming what you mean is something that I talked about earlier. I've gotten confused when I was young for a person that was hot being somebody that I wanted to date, but that's different. Okay. I've looked at somebody who I thought was hot and I was like, oh, I'm in love, but in reality they were just hot.
Yeah. Okay. That's the thing. That's what I meant. Like, sorry. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. It's like you were just horny at the time, so you're like, oh. I thought you.
Yeah, but that realization comes on later.
Wait, but also,
time with
also, the post nut hits hard, but also that doesn't happen for femcells. Like it's like you're not like, oh, I'm so horny, I'm in love with this chick. It's I'm so down bad, I would even fuck this chick. It's a completely different thing.
Well, how would you describe like a femcell? How do you know from like in general the difference between?
I think in general, femcells tend to be overweight. Like I said, I think that is one of the single highest predictors for a woman to be considered colloquially unattractive is to be obese or severely overweight. Facial asymmetry, severe facial asymmetries, acne, probably a lack of social skills.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about
these are. I'm listing everything that can happen. Not all of these have to be the case.
He's generalizing.
Okay.
He's generalizing.
I'm trying to get as many things. These are.
I thought it was more like a. I thought it was more like a attitude kind of thing.
No, bro. Have you not seen? Dude, I've seen some terrible women. Some of the most fucking pretentious, stuck-up bitches get laid every fucking day because they got a nice pair of tits. Bro.
Well, yeah, but I thought it was because usually femcells are like the type of person who gets curved or burnt a lot from.
Oh no, okay, I actually see what you're getting at. I see what you're getting at. That there are some attractive femcells because they're chicks with no personality, and they like sure. I know what you mean. I'm separating those women because they can get in relationships. They're the problem.
That's my fault.
Okay. I'm separate. Yeah. My bad. Because you're absolutely right. There are those women that got the fucking double D's. They got the fucking crazy hip to waist ratios. They look fucking amazing, right? But then, as soon as you get in a relationship with, they're fucking hollow. They're fucking trash.
That's what I've been. I mean, personally, that's what the experience of what I thought was a femcel. Whenever you said femcel, that's what that immediately came into my mind. A woman who's been burnt or dealt with so many men that they became, what's it called? Bitter.
okay,
I guess.
Yeah, bitter, resentful.
Well, on the opposite end, it could be like that same hot person, but nobody wants to find out what's inside. It's just like, oh, I bagged this chick.
I don't think that exists. I think if you're a hot person, I think some dudes will do that 100%. 100%. But if you're a hot chick, there will be hordes of men that will want to date you. Hordes of men. That is the case. Unless you have like a very specific reputation in a community for being like, I don't know, a hoe or something, then maybe not. But even still, you could probably find somebody. I think if you are hot as a woman, you can find somebody who would be willing to find out about your personality. They'd be willing to give you a chance, give you a shot. What I'm talking about when I talk about femcells, I'm talking about women so unattractive that dudes are like, yeah, I could probably fuck you, but I'm not even going to try to date you. That's not even an option. I'm not even going to try. Because there are a lot of women that exist inside of that bubble. And I think that is a really, really fucked existence for those women.
Would you say that, would you say that older women, I guess, become themselves in certain aspects if they're single?
It depends. I've seen some older women that look pretty good. It depends on how they look. And shit.
Well, are you sure? Because even then, you wouldn't still consider them for a relationship either, though.
No, I mean you would. If you were an older man.
Right, but what if you weren't? What if it's like the way you're aged right now?
Well, yeah, but I mean,
it depends.
But we aren't talking about
dating younger guys.
Exactly. We would. I would Kevin Samuels that chick and be like, stop dating 25-year-old men and start dating 35-year-old men, and then you'll be happy.
They wouldn't be a femcel if they chose correctly.
Exactly. So I don't consider that a femcel. If that's a volcel, when you're not choosing specific men, or you're not making specific or if you're like that chick that's really hot or whatever but hasn't improved it, like her shit, that's not really what I'm talking about, because those people are like socially stunted, whatever shits. I consider those out of the what I'm specifically talking about here. You could call them femcells, and I wouldn't be too mad, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about specifically the women who do not fit the attractiveness standard, the beauty standard, to the point in which they live an existence of men just sexually objectifying them and not doing anything to try and date them, which sucks.
Yeah. Okay. I do appreciate the clarification, especially with the stuff about the benefits. I'm about to hop out, but I just wanted to ask about two things. One, is it possible for a later date? Because before I ask that, the thing about Annalisa, Annalisa, sorry, is there anything specifically that you've changed after watching a bit more of her, the stuff that happened, or no?
No, not really, no.
No, nothing really changed.
Crazy.
Like, she doesn't have any sort of point whatsoever. Like,
no, I think the whole argument has a point of taking more accountability as people. I think her and Low Tier God have a point about that. We should take more accountability, personal accountability, instead of just group accountability as people. But the problem is she's targeting black men specifically, and I don't think there's a unique problem with black men that I have seen. I think people in general really suck at taking personal accountability.
Okay. All right. Well,
she has a good case of good intent, bad messaging.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. All right. Well, I say that there there was a few things that I think I agreed with her upon, like the type of like the way the culture is being made. I guess is well, she didn't really want to say that it was degenerate, but there's a lot of things that we push up. No, she was trying to avoid even saying what the culture was.
Yeah, I remember. We could talk about that like another time if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll talk about it another time. I got to go to work, but I appreciate it. You take care.
Yeah, you have a good one. All right, Val, is there anything else you want to say? I'm wrapping it up. Oh, okay.
No. It was. Thanks for having me on. Been watching your content. Great. Doing a great job. And yeah.
Okay.
Take care, man.
All right, much love. Bye. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and go because I have to take a mad piss. Thank you so much for everybody that was hanging out during the stream that decided to chill during here. I know it got pretty weird towards the back end, but hey man, it's worth it. Worth the memes. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Maybe I'm gonna feel a little bit better. I got my medication. Be taking my medication. We'll see how it works. All right. You guys have a good rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I really have to go to the bathroom. I apologize. Thank you for all the support. Got a lot of likes on the video. A lot of donos. A lot of love there. I will see you guys tomorrow. All right. Roughly 8 hours earlier than what time it is right now. 7 hours earlier than what time it is right now.